Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
WXOS HD1E St. Louis 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the 30-day new Nissan Return Promise. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to the Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We broadcast from the Stiefel studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers, who loved that Rascal Puff, with you here on the ones and twos. And if you want to be a part of the program, well, great news. It's the first week of the month. Doug, you remember that song by Bone Thugs and Harmony, First of the Month?
No, I don't.
It was about Jackson changing text inbox names in the first week of the month. And Jackson will be doing that. If you don't have a text inbox name until 11 a.m. on Friday, just send these texts in, and you'll watch Jackson on the YouTube. He's just typing away.
Okay. I hear it now.
Yep. There it is. So text that in, 314-399-9646. That is how you, if you don't have one, you can text in, and that increases your chances of being read here on this award-winning presentation. You're also welcome to call in to our Collier and Thompson phone line. Save this number, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt standing by to take your phone calls. And then you can open up your YouTube app, and you can type in there in the Form Energy YouTube chat while you talk it over with Mrs. Seawalk, or is it Mr. Seawalk? Maybe Mrs. is out.
I don't know who it is.
Doug's Closet Hanger, Walrus King, Deep Voice Dude, Jeremy Hodge. They're all in there already, and they were waiting for us. But they're really waiting for you, Doug. The Lifetime Roofing lead. That's Dustin McClendon and his business, Lifetime Roofing. They're online at lifetimeroofingstl.com, and Dustin McClendon said, hey, James Carlton's a good friend of mine. James Carlton said the best advertising money I ever spent was on TMA. And so I'm going to get on board, but I've listened to the show, and it's a bunch of nitwits, except for that Doug Vaughn.
Oh, really?
And therefore, I'll sponsor the show, but I need Doug Vaughn to set the course every morning. So here are your choices, and I don't even know where you're gonna begin. This might be the most difficult one yet. The Cardinals win yesterday, sending a message to the rest of baseball that, sure, the Dodgers may have made the biggest move over the weekend, but the Cardinals won the most important game to remain 4 games out of a playoff spot by fending off those Toronto Blue Jays, who then responded by trading Kevin Gausman last night to the Cubs. You got that. You got the doggies. I mean, this is starting to get a little attention nationally.
Well, it is. Okay. Tie.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Right.
And then Bill Simmons talking about the Trailblazers, and he's got the city where they're going. Jackson's got the audio. We've got, if you're a member of the class of 2022 in college sports, you get to play forever.
It seems that way.
Senator Eric Schmitt is going to be in the Stiefel studios to talk about this.
Nice.
TMA exclusive. Watch this. Exclusive. And then, and I have to be honest with the audience here because this is honesty in media, you have the release of Swope's picks, and it's unbelievable, and I know we all have had a chance to listen to it. Now, here is the one thing that I want to say furthering honesty in media.
What?
And that is, I am only an hour and 43 minutes into the 4 hours and 49 minutes of the Swope's picks, Iggy and Lisa and this, of course, is only part 1. There'll be a part 2, but this is...
He did 4 hours.
Singular topic?
4 hours?
That's correct. I mean, I'm surprised it wasn't 10 hours. It's only 4 hours and 49 minutes.
10 minutes would have been plenty.
You think Ken Burns is offended this is too long?
Doug, you did listen to it this weekend twice. What was your biggest take?
I didn't listen to a word of it, no. I've lived it. I don't need to hear it again for 4 hours.
Yeah, but you didn't get to hear me and Iggy interviewed about it by Buck Swope.
Gosh.
So now that you've listened to it twice, what's your biggest take?
Are there any new developments?
Yes.
Oh, well, then perhaps that would be the lead. What are the new
yes!
What are the new developments?
I got to tell you, that Lisa was great on the show.
Oh, she was fantastic.
Yeah.
She was fantastic.
And a friend of the program. You know who else is great on the show? Jennings Randolph Jr.
Yeah.
Made me miss him even more listening to that. I got to be honest with you. Yeah, so 5 hours of a Swopes Picks.
Oh.
Jackson, is that in the TMA podcast feed? I was listening around.
I don't believe so.
Oh, is that right? Because it has the TMA like the backdrop.
Yeah.
Well, either way, it's great.
I'm not sure on that, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So if you've got a little time on your hands,
A lot of
dig it.
time.
Just do it little by little, Doug. Check back at Thanksgiving with a summary.
Okay, and it's just kind of a rehash of what happened?
And for those new to the show, Lisa Ann, and I include myself, I'm new here. Was adult star,
I don't think she performs anymore, Doug. Is that right?
I don't know.
but was also good at football analysis.
The best
Yeah,
fantasy
outstanding.
football, and then became a friend of the show, so close to the show that she shared a bed with Jackson in Jamaica. Was that 3 nights or 4 nights?
3.
Okay. Now, some people assume that meant something happened.
Not at all.
And to make it clear to Jackson that nothing would be happen, she built a little fort out of pillows as a dividing line,
Well, I think it was
kind of like the DMZ.
No, I think it was a mutual build.
You built the fort. You built the fort.
Well, I think we just had an understanding.
You had an MOU?
Yeah, I've
So
said,
you got into a room with Lisa Ann in Jamaica, and the first thing you did was build a fort to let her know you were not available.
that is
I'm
not
taking,
at all
lady.
what happened, but I've lost control of the narrative here.
On all
Clearly.
narratives, really.
So no, if I've said it before, if the bed there was the United States of America, she had pretty much everything west of the Mississippi, and I took Maine, maybe.
Oh, you had Maine.
Sneaking into some of the northern parts of New England.
Was it a queen-size bed?
No, king.
King-size bed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So nothing
plenty
happened.
of room, plenty of real estate.
Yeah.
Doug, Doggies pick up a solid point this weekend. That's the lead. That's from Gene Thomas 71 in the Form Energy YouTube chat. And here we go.
I would have thought the Cardinals was going to be the lead until you tell me that Bill Simmons is identifying the city where the Portland Trailblazers are going.
You reeled Doug in.
Oh, wow. That was getting better
I
at
got
teasing.
reeled in, yeah. If we have some good intel on...
No, it's just him hosting his podcast and giving
guessing.
who he thinks.
Okay, well then
would
forget
make the
that.
most
Then the
sense.
lead is indeed
Yeah.
the Cardinals.
I got to move you off that. Personally, I think
Okay.
it's Swope's picks and what stood out to you over those 5 hours. Because I'm telling you, it's a delightful listen. I feel badly that I've only listened to an hour and a half of it. Papers, have you listened to all of it?
I have not.
Oh, I got to recommend it.
I'll listen at some point.
You got to spare 5 hours on your hands?
Yeah.
Sit and listen to that?
I love to podcast. So.
Oh, do you?
Sure.
How about this, Jackson? I still have so much envy for you. Papers, even if nothing happened with Lisa Ann. That's from the Never Ending Wipe.
Nothing did happen, but it was a lovely trip.
What were you wearing?
My usual nighttime garb, T-shirt,
What
shorts,
was she wearing?
pajamas.
Oh, okay.
Jackson held farts in Jamaica. That's Tad from Tennessee.
What?
Tad's on the board.
Is he new? Is he new?
No.
If you got a name in there,
No.
unless Jackson just updated that within seconds, and then Tad immediately went in.
No.
Somebody at
Seems like he's had this
703,
one.
I did see text in, and they just said, "Hey Jackson, can I have a name?"
Yeah,
To
unfortunately,
clarify, that's not how it
This
works.
isn't like the Wu-Tang Clan name generator. You're going to have to bring some to the table here, my friend.
You don't go to the DMV and say, I'd really like a vanity plate.
Yeah, what do you
And then-
got?
And they say, okay, well, what are your interests? How many kids you have? Okay, what's your favorite team?
Right.
Derek for real says, I'm a degenerate, but I wouldn't want to share a bed with a porn star. That's from Derek for real.
Okay.
She was more of a friend of the show, and we were there to do the program from Jamaica, so it was fine. She's
so
cool.
you're telling Derek it's okay?
Yeah, we had a great time.
Derek, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Derek for real.
Derek for real is his name, Doug, and he would not share a bed with a porn star. That probably will not play well in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. But now that you know Bill Simmons is doing a podcast guessing what city it is,
Okay, we don't
a
need
city
that.
near and dear to our hearts,
Oh, is it really?
you say the St. Louis Baseball Cardinals are the lead.
I believe they are.
It's trade deadline day, and there's less than 10 hours left between now and the deadline.
That huge comeback yesterday, 4 in the ninth, signals a real turnaround for this club.
Nice.
And as you said earlier, we're now just 4 out in the wild card, and Daddy likey very much. So I think it's not too late for this club to make their
So you'd
charge.
like to see them be buyers?
I would.
Nice.
I'd like to see them buy somebody who can hit a little bit. Starting pitching, no problem with that here lately.
How about Libator?
Libator's outstanding. He gives you that kind of start just every now and then to tease you to think, no, we got to hang with him.
1 out of every 4 starts. That's the math.
Yeah. Yeah, so I imagine they don't quite know what to do with him.
So every time he's doing the rotation, Doug, you call somebody up, give that guy the spot.
Yeah.
Then it gets him a little riled up. All right, your spot is in serious jeopardy. And then the next time out, he's just fine.
I guess. He couldn't have been any better yesterday.
Derek, for real. You're not a degenerate. You just prefer the company of a gentleman. That's from Rusty Pecker. And, Doug, that is the theme right now in the Air Comfort Service text inbox is Derek for real. Chastise Jackson for sharing a bed with Lisa Ann. So the Cardinals 4 games back of a wild card spot, trade deadline day today. As of this moment, Martin, no one has been moved. If you were to look at the Cardinal roster, and I set an over-under of 3.5 players being traded between now and 5 p.m., would you go over or would you go under?
I've been in the under camp. May for sure, there's 1. And I'm going to say Lars Herrera is either or, not both. So there's my 2. And then Joe, I'm going to go JoJo.
Well, now you're over.
Or
because you're saying either or.
No, Lars Herrera, I'm only going 1.
Got it. Follow you.
And then I'm going to put JoJo / Riley. I'm going to say for sure. I'm sticking with 3.
Doug Vaughn.
That sounds good to me. I like that thinking. I know a lot of fans would probably like to see him trade more than that, but I don't think they're going to deal much from the minor league system. And
when I'm talking about roster, I mean
the
current big league roster, correct?
Yeah, I'll go under also. It seems like it's not unusual for us to have high hopes that they're really going to wheel and deal this time, and then it's just a kind of a trickle, 1 or 2 players. So I'll say under.
Reading this morning from Jeff Passan on ESPN.
Another friend of the show.
Yep, FOTS.
Has there ever been a deep dive by Buck Swope on the Passan falling out?
Doug, has Buck Swope interviewed you for your time with Jeff Passan in 2016?
Be a pretty shallow pool.
He has not, yeah.
Like, what, hour and a half then?
Yeah, probably.
Talks about the Cardinals, and they also interviewed Buster Olney on it, and said the Cardinals are one of the few teams to identify themselves as a seller, which could work to their advantage. The big iceberg that was blocking trades was freed up last night, 2 nights ago, with the Dodgers acquiring Tarek Skubal, and so now you see all these moves starting to take place. Peralta to the Rays. Derek Gould reporting that the Rays were one of the teams the Cardinals were talking with about Dustin May. Are the Rays now out on that because they've acquired Peralta? The Cubs getting Kevin Gossman. I would imagine the Cubs will be active after a lot of disappointment in Chicago last year about a lack of acquisition of pitching. And then you also have a wide variety of other teams trying to tend to it. And also there's a market per Passan and Olney for bats. And catchers are in high desire. And Jackson, I know you love the Cardinals having a large number of catchers on the roster, but you might have to say goodbye to a couple today.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I don't know how I'm going to handle it. I get that that's their position. I get it's their position of strength, but it's like, man, when times get tough, I always turn to the catchers.
About that?
Really?
Now, it would be nice to see something really bold, other than just selling off some pieces, grabbing some AA, AAA options. I know there's some stuff out there about Jackson Holiday. I'm not sure that there's, if it's true or not, I don't know. But wouldn't it be exciting to do something a little more bold other than just, we're going to keep shedding players, getting younger guys, restocking the minor leagues, even though that's necessary. If you did something even bigger picture that was bold, I think that would help a fan base that maybe starting to get a little. We started with a lot of excitement this year. People are like, okay, the way they started, better than we thought. I'm starting to sense we're kind of slipping back to where we were with, all right, whatever, who cares?
Apathy, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, I think fans would love that, but do they have the trade bait to pull something like that
now,
off?
a deal like that would be you'd have to dig into your minor leagues with somebody, a higher level prospect, I would think. And then somebody of note, like a Mason Wynn, on your current roster. I don't know that
Red Sox won a shortstop.
Do they?
Red Sox won a shortstop. That's Buster Olney and Jeff Passan as well. One of the things that when you take a look at ESPN.com this morning and they rank the 100 potential players on the move here between now and 5 p.m., that stands out to me is the Cardinals do not have one player in their top 25. Doug, who do you think is the highest ranked Cardinal?
May.
No.
Oh, I see him here as a number 10 guy, most likely to go.
On ESPN.com?
Yeah.
No, they rank the caliber of player, I guess is what I should say.
Okay.
They've got Dustin May, I think, 37.
So the
Riley O'Brien is 26. Since
okay.
You're looking at something. Riley O'Brien is 26. Dustin May is 37. And then you got to do a lot of scrolling before you find another member of your St. Louis baseball Cardinals, JoJo Romero, 83. Point being, the Cardinals may have the for sale sign out, but they may not have the caliber of players that are on the market anyway that are going to lead to significant interest. So now that can change if you're going to make players that we don't necessarily talk about being available. Maybe that's the route they go.
It's hard to know what kind of value Herrera would have. You know, you can look at him in one way and say, wow, there's a catcher that can hit. Got a lot of value. Or you can look at it the other way and say, there's a guy who's not a very good defensive catcher, and he doesn't hit enough to be a highly productive designated hitter. So if you're going to use him as catcher, you know, and the Cardinals have tried that, his value is a lot higher than I think if you just see him as a DH. So it's kind of hard to know what return you might get for a player like that. I think he would be available if the right offer came along, though.
And the fact that they're willing to deal is not surprising, but it also does tell you the caliber of players they have to offer. For the most part, teams are probably saying, all right, we'll get back to you. We're going to try and get Peralta. We're not really on school. We'll get back to you. Mm-hmm. I would sense that Bloom's got a lot of that going on. People know these players are available. But if they're fishing in the higher pools a little bit, we'll get back to you. And that's why I think the number may end up a little lower, just because I just don't think it's that exciting what they're offering.
Yeah.
Doug, why do you hate Ivan Herrera? That's from Tim's Offshore Bookie.
I don't hate him. Just trying to be realistic as to the talent that he's got.
Boy, this Papers is over there updating names left and right. Bill and Ted on Broadway are one of our brand new friends. Bill and Ted, that's on Broadway now?
No, Bill and Ted changed his name.
And you're a big fan when they want to change.
No, it sucks.
Why do you have to do it right now? Is there no other time during the day to do it?
No time like the present.
Okay, Amen. That's my credo. Penny save, penny earn. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. I'm in deep.
Because if it gets past you, it's kind of hard to get caught up, right?
Right, and that would be the worst thing possible.
Like how many people would want their names changed?
Depends on the day, depends on the month.
Is it just a handful, or is it like a dozen or more?
Probably closer to the latter.
Oh.
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle disagrees with Doug's selection on the Lifetime Roofing lead. He says, the lead is that I have been telling you since January, this is collusion. Every owner is in on it. They're letting the Dodgers spend like this on purpose. This is the moment they've been waiting for. Get to cap, and every owner wins because now their biggest expense is controlled. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle, and that, of course, is related to the Scooble trade from late Saturday night. Doug, is that your reaction? And should the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle be celebrated throughout this land of ours?
No, he should not.
Okay.
He should not be. He thinks every owner is in on the Dodgers acquiring Tarek Skubal and every other player that they wanted.
Call in 314-974-0101.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think it helps baseball in general that they get every player that they want. But no. I don't think the other owners have much to do with that, except to the fact that they don't have that kind of money to throw around.
And I understand the credit the Dodgers get for having a great organization. They have robust minor leagues with great scouting and developing. Clearly, they've done well in that department, in addition to having the money to sign all the big names. But I don't know if it's been brought up enough. Isn't part of that having success as an entire organization? with the developing and drafting and all that, doesn't that also equal money? I think what we saw in St. Louis wasn't Chaim Bloom's analysis. They just weren't doing enough, investing enough at the minor league level, whether it was coaches, computers, whatever, basically saying that they needed to reinvest in the minor leagues. Wouldn't that also be part of the Dodgers' success? They have lots of money, so they can throw money at they get credit for doing it right. You still got to pick the right player. But wouldn't that also be part of what makes them successful, is having the resources to, in fact, have the best minor league? They still have to go out and do it. But what I'm saying is the Cardinals' example was they weren't funding that development level enough. The Dodgers have a lot of money. So it's not either or. People will say, oh, it's not money. They're just smarter than everybody else. Well, they also have tons of resources.
Doug, it looks like what they got back for Skubal was light. That's from Dirk Diggler's unit.
Okay. Well, he's kind of a rental, so you're not going to get too much for a rental player with just a couple months left in the season. But is he saying now that the Tigers are in on it too, that the Tigers wanted the Dodgers to be better, so they accepted less?
We're waiting for the
return?
hunchback of Von Castle to call in.
All right.
And wouldn't you assume Skubal will stay in L.A.?
Oh, of course he will.
They'll find a way to give him $500 million. Just find a way.
And only have $10 million of it count against the luxury tax threshold.
I mean, it was kind of cool. They were on Sunday Night Baseball, and then during the game, he shows up in the dugout.
One observation I have regarding the Skubal thing is how many who cover Major League Baseball are putting out this talking point. It's really odd. Ken Rosenthal has been doing this throughout, and I am a big fan of his. I know him personally, but I just disagree. But it is that every team could have done this, but it was the Dodgers who stepped forward. Have you guys seen this? No,
I feel I've read a comment or two about that.
A number of people, MLB Network, Rosenthal, broadcasters, right away. So it's not like anybody got marching orders. Right away on the Angels broadcast, they found out about it, and there was just real disappointment, not that the Dodgers got them, but that another team didn't go out and get him. And that is something that I have seen, and I was surprised by that. I don't understand why that is the mindset, unless, if I'm attempting to piece it together, if you are employed by baseball and you're sitting there going, oh crap, there isn't going to be a baseball season, and the Dodgers getting Skubal only adds. I mean, hell, if you thought the Tucker thing this offseason was big on the case that the Dodgers have everybody, getting the two-time Cy Young winner at the trade deadline adds to it. And so I think for people involved in the game and fearful that there will be a significantly long work stoppage, that you see the Dodgers get him and go, oh, God, this is the worst case scenario for baseball, because the owners will look at that, and now you have, I mean, take your pick of whatever the rotation is along with that offense, and Godspeed. On the other hand, had the Brewers, who along with the Rays, two small market teams, were being discussed as being in the mix for Skubal, they didn't do anything. They could have had the Miz with Skubal, and you could have had yourself, again, operating on the premise that they get through the best of 3 and the best of 5, an all-time NLCS, and instead the Brewers, as of this moment, haven't done much, whereas the Dodgers have the two-time Cy Young winner.
I can see the Brewers saying, we're not going to re-sign him. We just can't break away from what's worked for us largely and give up some of our future talent. But the Cubs, that's a team where I'd say they have nothing but money. That's a team where I think, and maybe they were in on Skubal and couldn't pull the trigger, but there's it's still a really small group of teams that could have pulled off that deal, realistically.
Yeah, that would be interested at this time. Like, the Mets have the money, but they're so far buried, they're probably not going to waste their time on it now. The Yankees, Braves, maybe, Red Sox, those are a couple of teams. Maybe that's all the teams that it would make sense right now to acquire a player like that, giving up 2 or 3 of your top prospects.
But there are players, kind of pro player talking points, pro owner talking points. And I agree with that. You're seeing a little bit more of that, where people kind of dig in on it. And I just don't know that it's that that cut and dried. The Cardinals could add Scooble. Anybody could add him, Doug.
Sure.
Cleveland could add him.
You're welcome to text in at 314-399-9646. If you do not have a name, Jackson is up there. I mean, this guy is typing over there, Doug.
We've lost him, Tim. We've just lost him. He is just busy.
He's buried in his work.
You just got Dave, the one-man gang?
He's now Big Daddy Dave.
Oh, I thought you weren't changing names. I thought if you just didn't have a name.
Well, Christmas has come early.
Oh, brother. Boy.
Christmas in August. Get involved, 314-399-9646. We're waiting on the call from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle at 314-974-0101. That's the Collier and Thompson phone lines. 213 friends are already involved in the Form Energy YouTube chat. YouTube.com/TMASTL. You can go in there and talk it over. And, of course, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. And all this week, we are giving away a huge prize each day to the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Doug, 101 ESPN has your opportunity to win a pair of tickets to see Guns N' Roses next Saturday night, August 16th at Busch Stadium. Find all the ticket details and a bonus chance to score free tickets for Guns N' Roses right now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 app. The winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day will receive Guns N' Roses tickets for next Saturday night, August 16th at Busch Stadium. So send your emails in, and today could be the day you send your friends, family, yourself to Guns N' Roses by winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Design Air online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp's company. That's the longest-running sponsor on TMA. That's the place where Martin, Doug, and I go. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Sign up for their maintenance plan, and it's out of sight, out of mind until the weather cools down and they come by and tune up your furnace for the winter. And when the weather warms back up and they come up and tune up your air conditioning for the summer. DesignAirService.com is where you can sign up for that. We have a beautiful forecast here in St. Louis today. Sunny with a high of 84. Tomorrow, sunny with a high of 88. Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor of the email today. Send yours in to win Guns N' Roses tickets the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Senator Eric Schmitt in studio joining us here coming up at 8 o'clock on the Polos Plus dossier, as he is one of the 3 prominent senators involved with the Protect College Sports Act. We're also going to talk about the Trailblazers with him. We're also going to talk about St. Louis University to the Big East with him. That's at 8 o'clock on your Polos Plus dossier. Also on the Polos Plus dossier, we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email today with Guns N' Roses tickets as the prize. That comes your way at 9:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA. Presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Open up the 101 app for your chance to win free tickets to this year's Outlaw Music Festival featuring Willie Nelson and family, the Avett Brothers, Lucas Nelson, Steven Wilson, and more. August 18th at Hollywood Casino Amphitheater. Get all the ticket details and enter to score tickets for this year's Outlaw Music Festival right now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 app. Powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
Things in Washington, D.C. may seem unsettled at times by their lack of progress. But one department in the U.S. government is progressing. That is the IRS. Hi, this is Lance Story with the Lance Story Law Firm. The IRS is in full function to collect on unpaid taxes. If you've been putting off a tax problem, it's time to call the Lance Story Law Firm and get it resolved. Don't think the government is too busy to focus on my issues. Too many of my clients thought the same. So if you owe back taxes or haven't filed returns in years, it's time to call the Lance Story Law Firm and finally resolve your tax issues. Remember, if you have tax problems, you have legal problems. Call the Lance Story Law Firm. Our office is right here in St. Louis. Or call 314-260-6120 or visit LanceStoryLaw.com to schedule your free consultation with your local tax resolution law firm, the Lance Story Law Firm.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. Stalter back with you from Mosby Building Arts. You know, every home has that one thing that drives you a little crazy. Maybe it's the pile of shoes by the door, the cluttered mudroom, or that empty corner that never seems to serve a purpose. The great thing about Mosby Building Arts is they don't just tackle major remodels. They're just as good at solving those everyday frustrations with smart, custom-designed spaces that make life easier. Sometimes one small project can make your whole home feel better. See what's possible today at callmosby.com. Mosby Building Arts, the right remodeling company.
Vehicles priced under $20,000. Payments below $300 a month. At the Frank Lita Automotive Outlet in Bridgeton. It's not a dream. New and pre-owned vehicles, all with just $1 down. Only the best SUVs, cars, plus North County's newest and largest pickup truck and Wrangler inventory. Some are already lifted. Most come with a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty. The Frank Lita Automotive Outlet has it all. Only the best Chevys, Fords, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeeps, Hondas, Toyotas, Kias, Hyundais, Mitsubishis, even BMWs and Mercedes. Don't worry about credit. Just ask for credit amnesty. If you've got a job and a dime, you're right. We want your trade, regardless of make, model, condition, or balance owed. Vehicles under $20,000. Payments under...
Cardinal offense. College athletics. It's good perspective.
Yeah. Kind of emotional. I have to tell you, I got by the fake John Rothstein. And this has happened to me before on Twitter, where it looks like the John Rothstein account, which is a legitimate college basketball analyst, and it was about Robbie Avila. It's coming back to SLU or whatever. And I screenshotted it. And I sent it to Shirts, and he said, "Look closer, fake account."
Oh, no. You said
and I said, "Oh, my
no.
God." It was Saturday morning.
Oh, that's a putt you went back.
Oh, I know. But he said, "Don't worry, I've had at least 10 texts asking me the same thing."
And what did the tweet say?
And it was saying, like, Avila has been cleared with this new ruling by the judges, and he's going to be coming back to SLU, or he's, likely headed to SLU. And I thought, oh, my God, what did I miss overnight? Really got to put the scotch down. Like... And then after we kind of went back and forth, we were laughing about it and how it's just out of, whatever. Later in the day, there was a legit reporter saying Avila will be going into the transfer portal and could go to SLU or other. And I'm like, wait a minute. So actually, what was the parody became reality later in the day. Now, I don't think Avila is going back to SLU, but I do think at this point he's going back to college basketball. I cannot.
You do think he's going back to college basketball?
I can't. It's like the Mark Mitchell thing. Where is he going to end up? But what started as basically an embarrassing me getting pulled in by this tweet ended up being true, that he is going to be able to go back and play.
Martin, that got me too. But I sent it to my dad, not the damn head coach. That's Jugs in D.C., who is our Atlantic 10 correspondent. And he also has liquidated his assets on the Cardinals making the playoffs.
I heard Schurtz in an interview saying he had advised Avila to go and get all the money that he can to try to maximize his value now that he had taken a discount to go to SLU so he could play with Schurtz, a discount in the millions, he thought, and said now is the time for him to go and maximize his value.
And
wherever he has to go.
And if I'm Robbie Avila, I would. If it's so late in the game, though, it's just unbelievable how this is playing out. I know Mizzou fans are talking about whether Mark Mitchell will come back. It's just bizarre.
And that's what we will be talking about with Senator Eric Schmitt, who will be in studio with us coming up at 8 o'clock. And he is very active with this Protective College Sports Act. And it has been brought back from the dead by the development on Friday. Here is the article. White House phone calls, talks with NCAA leadership, and every major member conference. A day that started with bill co-sponsors and their staffs already working their phones shortly after 7 a.m. Friday, July 31st, ended with arguably the most significant step to date for the Protect College Sports Act, facing stiff headwinds to keep alive hopes of a U.S. Senate floor vote before recess on Friday, August 7th. Senators Maria Cantwell, Democrat from Washington, Ted Cruz, Republican from Texas, and our guest at 8 o'clock, Eric Schmitt, Republican from Missouri, specifically held a litany of conversations with college athletics top power brokers, most notably Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti, as well as the SEC's Greg Sankey. Schmitt, who late Friday night spoke exclusively to USA Today Sports, peeled back the layers of the day and how the past 2 weeks helped resuscitate a Protect College Sports Act that had been left nearly in the dustbin. Quote, we've spent the entirety of the week negotiating this with Senator Cantwell, Cruz, and myself and staff. It was pretty intense, said Schmitt. 7 to 8 hours a day on it a day, kind of in the middle of all the other stuff we were doing in the Senate. And then Friday started probably around 7:30 in the morning on the phone with the commissioners in the White House. I talked to the president late Friday night after we got with the SEC and Big Ten. He's very happy. It's a priority for him. But yeah, it started pretty early and it was a nonstop. And here's how it unfolded. Early week, USA Today Sports obtained a copy of the 12 major concessions being workshopped to garner Big Ten and SEC support. 8 of the 12 per 3 people with direct knowledge of the Senate Commerce Committee's work on the Protect College Sports Act, who were granted anonymity due to the sensitive nature of deliberations, were deemed full concessions. By Wednesday, in continued conversations with people on Capitol Hill, USA Today Sports learned more revisions had been made, but optimism had dwindled. Major concessions were made overnight. At this point, with every passing minute, odds are slimmer that we can move the bill to the Senate floor before the August recess. We've been here working night and day to make the revisions the Big Ten and the SEC, said that they needed to publicly support the bill, and we need an answer. This was not a superficial deadline. Schmitt echoed those sentiments coming out of committee. My feeling was that this was not going to be a finished product, that we needed to have more voices at the table, and clearly the conferences and the breadth of interest that they spoke to, it was going to be important in trying to get as much support as we could. And they had issues. We tried to address those. I felt like we got to a good place Thursday, and then it didn't go as I had hoped. We thought that we had done enough to get support, but I'm just not wired to quit. Maybe that's the former student athlete in me. So first on Friday night, the Big Ten conducted a vote with its member institutions, presidents, and athletics leadership. It voted yes, a move that left the present fate of the bill strictly up to the SEC's similar vote. And then at 9:58 p.m., the Big Ten and SEC issued a joint statement of support. Schmitt had been on the SEC's call and outlined the bill's modifications that help position the bill to potentially be included in the current legislative session scheduled to end on Friday. So once they got support and there was a joint statement issued by the Big Ten and the SEC, that is what helped move it forward. And now you have the recess coming up this Friday. Eric Schmitt will detail the behind the scenes and where things stand in studio with us coming up at 8 o'clock here on 101 ESPN.
It sounded like during this process, the Big Ten, the SEC weren't in love with the entire bill, but maybe when it came down to the wire, okay, it's the best thing we got.
And they got their 8 concessions.
And if somebody's going to try and fix this, which clearly, I mean, Eli Drinkwitz is the Mizzou football coach. The first 5 minutes are about the chaos in the game and the portal. He wasn't complaining. He was just sort of recapping all of the twists and turns that college sports has been going through. And if this helps get some clarity, I think we're all for it.
Eli Drinkwitz talked about it yesterday in Columbia. Here's what he had to say.
Hit the lever, please, Pale.
I'm going to tell you the same thing that I think and told our staff. I have no idea what's going on. And this is my 7th year at the University of Missouri, and in 7 years we have had complete chaos from year to year. My first year was COVID. My second year was the COVID exception for players, where you had players who didn't count against your roster. My third year was NIL. My fourth year was unlimited transfer. My fifth year was free cap space. My sixth year was revenue sharing and cap. And now my 7th year is another court case. So, again, this is something that we have gotten used to, where there is a lack of understanding and a lack of organization or, I guess, rules. So we will do the very best that we can for the University of Missouri to operate within the structure that they've given us. And if that means that we can add somebody at this late date, we will explore every avenue possible to help the University of Missouri football team be successful, while also helping the young men or players that are affected by this. I will say the class of 2022, this is the second time that they have been negatively affected by decisions that have been made. Again, not pointing anybody else out, but they are negatively affected by the COVID exception ruling, and now they've been negatively affected by the 5-for-5 ruling. And so I do feel for them and do want to be a place that they can come and find another year if that's what is in their best interest, and obviously if that's what the court cases say that they can do. I do want to say I appreciate Senator Cruz, Senator Cantwell, and specifically Senator Schmitt for the hard work that they've put into their bill in the Senate. I know it's been back and forth, and there's been a lot of politics being played in that. But as I just expressed, in 7 years, we have had a lot of changes. And this bill, while not perfect, does provide some clarity and some roadmap for success in the future.
There you go. There's Eli Drinkwitz yesterday talking about not only what is going on right now with the Protect College Sports Act and the potential 5th year of eligibility, but also how every year during his tenure in Columbia, he has experienced some semblance of chaos. His first year, for the record, was 2020.
I'm sure it's been tough. So now I assume you have a whole bunch of players out there who thought last year was their last year of college eligibility, maybe not good enough for the NFL, scrambling to get back in shape in like a week so they can rejoin their college football teams? That's basically what's happening?
I would think the majority of them were doing something football-ish, hoping to catch on somewhere at this point. And this is separate from Sterling Webb, who's a St. Louis kid who did start some games for Mizzou last year. He was in the courts last week.
Yeah.
And Bob Blitz, who appears to really run a lot of things Mizzou, just from behind the scenes, Bob Blitz was sort of his legal advocate. He's coming back. That was sort of a different topic for Drinkwitz. And then this other ruling comes out about the 2022. My understanding is this portal that was granted, and I don't know if this is specific college basketball, football, but it's from today to next Monday. So if you are Robbie Avila or Mark Mitchell, my understanding is you have a week to kind of decide, all right, am I doing this? Am I hopping back into the college portal, or am I sticking with my pro dream?
And there could be players trying to make NFL teams or NBA teams, in the case of Avila, who are still eligible to come back.
But the judge did have a ruling about if you signed an NFL contract. Now, I don't know how these minor league NBA contracts would fall. I just don't know.
Well, the good news is one of the three guys, one of the three people, I should say, since Senator Maria Cantwell, Senator Ted Cruz, and Senator Eric Schmitt are the ones who have led this. He's going to be in studio with us on it in about 16 minutes here live on 101 ESPN. So we will go right to one of the prominent people involved with this and has been involved with it, and it looked like it was dead, but then it got resuscitated just in time with the endorsements after the concessions for the SEC and the Big Ten. So the Protect College Sports Act is alive. The intent is to try to get it done this week. Theoretically, they will be in recess in August, and then when September rolls around, the expectation is it would be difficult to get it through at that point, as there are priorities, and then you have midterms coming up, so that is the reason why there is some form of a deadline, at least in the minds of those involved, and that is why the resuscitation of it was so important. So Senator Schmitt will be with us coming up here in a matter of moments. It is 7:45 in St. Louis. Senator Eric Schmitt in studio with us coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up at 9:45. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com, as 101 ESPN is your opportunity to win a pair of tickets to see Guns N' Roses next Saturday night, August 16th at Busch Stadium. That's the prize for winning today's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. So you want to see Guns N' Roses, win to the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. You can find all the ticket details and a bonus chance to score free tickets for Guns N' Roses right now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 ESPN mobile app. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can get involved on the program. The 7 o'clock hour is presented to you by Healthcare Evolution, online at healthcare-evolution.com. There's a gentleman by the name of Jackie Papers who is flush with hair now. And Jackson, you believe that might be just because of our good friends at healthcare-evolution.com.
That's exactly right, Tim. I've been working with Healthcare Evolution now, starting back in the winter. We did my first treatment on we did this called hair rejuvenation, because that's really what it is. The scalp was a little damaged, and so with Healthcare Evolution, they not only make damaged parts of your body heal, but they also help make it stronger. So, in part of this hair rejuvenation has been strengthening the scalp. So I've seen great results in thinning parts of my scalp. More hair is growing there. The hair is growing stronger. Every day it just looks better. I'm wearing a cap today. It was early morning. I just threw a cap on, but I've gotten a lot of compliments, all thanks to our friends over at Healthcare Evolution. You can do it right here in St. Louis. You don't have to leave the country. You don't have to spend a king's ransom. You can do it affordably with people you can trust at Healthcare Evolution.
Free consultation over the phone, or 70% off your in-person consultation with Healthcare Evolution. Healthcare-Evolution.com. That's Healthcare Evolution, sponsor the 7 o'clock hour. Bill Simmons gave his theory as to where the Portland Trailblazers are going and what is going on with that situation. We'll have that audio for it next. Senator Eric Schmitt at 8 o'clock. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center updates brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals are in the Bronx this evening, taking on the Yankees. 6:05 p.m. first pitch. Michael McGreevy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Cardinals are coming, Doug.
Here we go. One in a row.
One in a row. 5-12 since the break. Wow. Well, it's a new month.
Only a game and a half out of last place.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying it's kind of falling apart here.
Why?
Because I keep losing.
The Cardinals are coming. Oh,
Jazz
there
flute.
it is. Well, they'll be playing the Jazz Flute in St. Louis this weekend while the Colorado Rockies make their way to town. But first, a stopover in the Bronx.
Okay. Well, you think that'll go well? Series in
It'd be kind of
New
nice
York
if they
against the
traded
Yankees?
somebody to the Yankees and they could just walk across the
you'll
old
walk
field.
across.
I like that.
Doug, you like data points? These are the Cardinals' OPSs since the All-Star break. Who do you think has the best OPS on the club since the All-Star break?
Best hitter since the All-Star break, I'll say Burleson.
Nope. Martin Kilcoyne.
I think Jackson played the Torres card the other day. It wasn't too far off. Because we did this the other day, didn't we?
Yeah, but we now have 3 more pieces of data.
I was trying to play off of what the right answer. I just can't remember what the right answer was the other day. Burleson.
And Jackson Burkett.
Give me Torres or give me death.
I think
Brian Torres at 879.
I knew it.
Unbelievable what he's doing. Now, he doesn't have a home run, but that doesn't matter. He has the best OPS on the club since the All-Star break in 20 at-bats. Then you go to Burleson at 808. Torres is at 879. And, Doug, then we got to drop down all the way to 625 for the third best OPS.
Gosh.
J.J. Weatherholt. He is at 625. Blaze Jordan's at 621. Mason Wynn's at 621. Then we got to drop down to 566. And that is where you will find home run derby champion Jordan Walker, who is 16 for 70 with no home runs and a 566 OPS. Then Jimmy Crooks, then Jose Fermin, then Ivan Herrera and a 523 OPS. Then Lars Nootbaar and a 513 OPS. Rounded out by Church, Pages, and Velasquez. Unfortunately, the names, at least from the offensive side of the ledger, that could be in the mix for a trade have been dropping off substantially for the Cardinals since the All-Star break, specifically Nootbaar and Herrera, their stocks declining. And, of course, Dustin May has had his injury issues and some great starts, but also some terrible starts. And that is why the Cardinals do not have anybody, per Jeff Passan, in the 25 most desirable trade pieces here between now and 5 p.m., the trade deadline.
Walker is still 4th in the major leagues in RBIs. Even though he hasn't hit much, he continues to drive in runs. Had a couple RBIs yesterday.
And he's going to end up with decent numbers.
Yeah.
But if it continues like this, how you feel about him and his future, I think, is, unfortunately for him, changing week by week.
The timing of the offense's collapse, and it really started earlier in July, but you want to look at those post-All-Star break splits. It's substantial. I deep teased this, Bill Simmons. Jackson, you are a loyal Bill Simmons listener, is that correct?
Usually. Yeah, more so during the episode.
Talked about the situation with the Trailblazers, and Doug, he gave his observation on what he thinks is going to happen and the city he thinks they are going to move to. Take a listen if you would.
I'd like to, yeah.
I don't understand why you would buy this team if you weren't buying into the community around the team in this city. It's basically like, it's like somebody buying a house on a street because he likes the street and not the house. It's like, all right, as soon as I move in, I'm knocking that thing down. But as you're buying, you're like, no, I love it. I love the upstairs. Oh, the backyard's great. Right. But in the back of your mind, you're like, I'm going to take this thing down. And my fear for people in Portland is that he looked at what the expansion numbers would be which everybody's saying between 7 and 8. And he's like, I could just steal Portland for 4.25, whatever it ended up being, and then I'll just move them somewhere else. And I think Kansas City is, I mentioned them a couple weeks ago, and I think I was the first one to mention it. First of all, Kansas City could make an argument they maybe should have a team. Like they've really grown. They have a state-of-the-art arena. They've hosted big events. I think the city's grown. They're in a part of the country that they don't really have. Like, I think they would help. They'd help with conference alignment, but I wouldn't be Portland. And what's dangerous about Kansas City is they'll take any team, right? Portland's not moving to Seattle. Seattle doesn't want the Trailblazers. They have a long rivalry and a history, and they know what it's like when you lose a team. I don't think they're going to want that. They didn't really want Sacramento either. They want like an expansion team. But I think Kansas City would be the one I'd be worried about, especially one of the minority owners is a St. Louis guy. Dundon's from Dallas. That's another thing that doesn't add up. You're from Dallas. You own Carolina. Why are you buying the Trailblazers? Right? So that conspiracy bill, there's just a lot to work with this, and none of it is really that good for the city.
Bill Simmons on his podcast, Doug, he sees Kansas City as being the landing spot. Doesn't make sense why Dundon bought the team. He cites the fact that Richard Chaffetz is from St. Louis, adding credence to that. Up until about 8 years ago, being from St. Louis and a tie-in to Kansas City wouldn't necessarily be relevant, but then we've seen a large portion of the area become Chiefs fans, but I don't know if Chaffetz is in that category that he would be pro-Kansas City.
Bill later went on the podcast saying, I don't see NBA in St. Louis. Makes zero sense to me. Apologies to people in St. Louis. Sorry, but I don't see it.
No.
Doug.
I don't understand Bill's take about the owner being from Dallas. Why does that matter?
Yeah, I don't either.
These rich guys live all over the place and buy teams all over the place.
They just want to get in. They just want to get a franchise.
For sure.
And they're not all available to buy.
I mean, the Chaffetz family has said getting a piece of the San Francisco Giants, getting a piece of the Trailblazers is an investment model that they have because the values just keep going up. So I don't know that the current owner from Carolina Hurricanes fame is buying it. Anything to do with the city of Portland or how close or far it is from Dallas, I don't think that's relevant.
I do think it's interesting when he talks about, because expansion is certainly on the near horizon for the NBA, and the expansion fees are exorbitant. So it makes sense to me, his point where it's like, yeah, I could just buy a team that has a weird lease rule and then maybe move them and then kind of circumvent those expensive expansion fees.
Right. Yeah, if St. Louis didn't have its odd lease, I'm not sure Stan Kroenke exercises his right of first refusal over Shad Khan. That was what made it enticing. Same thing here, I think, for Dundon and the Blazers in Portland. Steven Time wants some credit, Doug? Tim, let the record show that I reported both of his points early last week.
We're not keeping a record, and we're certainly not keeping records of your text.
And then right above it from Mr. Licks, quote, I think I was the first one to mention it. No one cares! I cannot stand it when a sports take guy says they were the first to mention some innocuous crap. That's from Mr. Licks, Doug, and as you know, he's wealthy.
I'm with Mr. Licks on this.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You formed an alliance with Mr. Licks?
Well, on this point, for sure.
According to who?
Because we don't know.
Arch said that to you? No.
Do we really know? Are we keeping track of who said this first? And you don't text in when you said something wrong first.
Well, Buck Swope could do a two-part series on who had this story first.
Lick my hoop.
Right. By the way, as you played that drop, I get a text from a U.S. Senator in the lobby.
Yeah.
As you're playing that drop.
I got the same one.
That drop.
Yeah. Well, that's the way it works. And there goes Martin to get the U.S. Senator.
Okay.
Eric Schmitt is going to be with us in the Stiefel Studios on this Protect College Sports Act, which he is one of the three prominent senators involved in trying to get passed this week. We will ask him questions. Your questions are also welcome at 314-399-9646. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. EMA 101 ESPN. From the Stiefel Studios, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you here on the program. And Doug, if you look on your right, it's a United States Senator, as per usual on this show.
Hello, Senator.
It's great to see you, Doug. I tell people all the time, you're just a great American.
Oh my gosh. I think so. Thank you.
I see you out and about, and I'm always bragging about you.
Are you really?
I am.
Where do you see Doug, Senator?
Well, I ran into him at Circle 7 Ranch not too long ago.
Yep.
You were sitting outside with his family.
Salad.
I got the fiery honey boneless wings, as I recall.
Oh,
that day.
Doug wouldn't eat that. He would strip the skin away. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, I try to eat healthy. I try to.
Hey, did Doug enter through the back of the building with security?
No, Doug was safe and sound there with his family in a big table there in that outside area. You know, you were enjoying the good weather we were having in St. Louis.
That's been a couple of years now, hasn't it?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but I made that much of a.
Well, my favorite, I've told this before, when you came to the Capitol originally with one of your kids.
Yeah, Greg Vaughn.
And this is 20 years ago or something.
Probably.
15 years ago. And I said I was a big fan of the program. And he said, "Don't ever tell anybody that; it'll ruin your career."
No.
This is a while ago now.
Could hurt your re-election chances.
Well, so far, maybe it's been a good luck charm.
Oh, it could be.
You know?
Could be.
How about last Monday? I was out, but these guys, Mayor Kara Spencer was in studio talking about some of the funding for the Sports Commission. Now we've got a senator. We are really your election headquarters. TMA.
We are.
Print the shirts, Tim.
Yep. You got. And by the way, there's going to be a whirlwind of media for me this week, and including later today on CBS podcast and some stuff. You guys are the first stop. This is the beginning.
This is where you go.
Huh. This is where you go when you want to break news.
See?
We're kind of kingmakers.
Really are. That's what I tell people.
Senator Schmitt with us here, and you have been incredibly busy with this Protect College Sports Act. It looked like it was dead, and then last week resuscitated. We were reading the story on what transpired. The key to this thing, would it be fair to say, is the Big Ten and the SEC getting on board. Give us some background on how that came to fruition, because you've been on the calls with not only the commissioners, but also the White House and your fellow senators, Maria Cantwell and Senator Ted Cruz.
Yeah, so I would say not last week, but the week before. There was pretty intense negotiations between Senator Cruz, Senator Cantwell, and myself with staff, bringing in a lot of the opinions that came in after the Commerce Committee voted it out a month ago. So there's a lot of input. And so we're trying to come. We knew that bill that came out of committee wasn't the final product. So what was it going to look like? So even in that week, for 3 or 4 days, it was. We were in the room 10 hours a day, conference room, this will work, this won't work. And then, of course, once you put ideas to paper, people object and lawyers are involved and all that stuff. So we kind of got to a place where we felt like we had come a long way, had taken in a lot of the concerns that the SEC and Big Ten had. And some of that, by the way, some of those were really technical changes. They weren't a big deal. Some of them were more substantive. The other conferences, I would say the ACC, the Big 12, some of the Mountain West, those sort of conferences that are out there, they were part of this discussion too, along with, the interests of the student athlete. Like, how does this play out for them and protections that they have? So we got to a place where last Thursday, I was getting ready to get on a flight out of Washington to come back. And, we just told them, look, we don't have any more time. This week, the week that we're in right now, is it. Because there's going to be presumably an August recess, maybe not. Probably. And then September is going to be government funding and very partisan kind of stuff. And then you're in election season at the midterm. So if it's going to happen out of the Senate, it's got to happen this week. So there was a real sense of urgency for Thursday. Mm-hmm. Well, I was on a flight. I actually came back and was at Village Bar, a meeting with Laird Veach for the previously scheduled meeting. I'm there, and I got a call from Greg Sankey saying, hey, we couldn't get there. And that was disappointing. And he and I talked, and I've been talking to Tony Petitti a lot. I joked that I talked to those two guys way more than my wife last week. So that was disappointing. And then Friday morning, so the next morning, I just felt like there was too much on the line to quit. And I had a text actually from Tony Petitti about an idea. And so about 7:30 in the morning, we started to flesh that out. Notre Dame athletic director is a part of it, talking to Greg. And I would say that, to put it in context, the last big remaining issue was this cap, right? So to take a step back, this House settlement established what was a $20.5 million cap that has escalated now to $21.3 million cap of the rev share. So that's what schools can pay their players for all the sports, okay? But the truth is, LSU probably has like a $50 million football roster, probably. So how is that happening? Well, it's happening because what some schools have done, or I should say what some programs have done, is to say, don't give us the money, sponsor, redirect that to the student athlete, right? So the school's not paying them, but the roster's being paid. And so we were trying to take that into account. It wasn't realistic to believe that we were going to just have a cap that was down to the 21 million. That wasn't true. So that's how we came up with this retention pool, this retention fund, which settled at $22.5 million to retain your own players. Okay. And then you have a $5 million fund essentially that doesn't count against your cap, $5 million for women's sports. That gets you close to $50 million. The interesting thing is, after the Commerce Committee hearing, I talked to the Notre Dame athletic director and said, look, if you got rid of all the collectives, what would a cap be? What would like kind of the market really be? And he said 50 million, which is kind of where it ended up. But the last remaining issue was, how can you make sure that that's real? How can you define it in the legislation to make sure you're not having that redirection? And so basically the last issue was, I'm Nike, I've got to deal with Iowa, but I want to have the Iowa quarterback wear something that's unique to that person or that position or that brand and not have it count against the cap, but it be real. So essentially the language then settles on, that entity now has to do an attestation that this is a legitimate NIL deal, and the College Sports Commission, which has now been empowered with enforcement ability, says that is a legitimate business purpose. And the belief is now that that provides enough certainty that you have a real cap. Athletes are still going to be compensated at a place where it's at now, and that will kind of gradually move up. By the way, there's a commission established to make recommendations at any point between now and the next decade to change it. They could actually still go to the table in this legal action and negotiate a higher cap. But the rules that are now going to be set in place, if we get this done, 5 years of eligibility, one-time transfer, unless coach leaves, some exigent circumstance or something, that is going to provide. And by the way, one of the things the SEC and Big Ten were very focused on too was making sure that cap just didn't get pushed down to high school players. Right? You could have a workaround where you say, okay, that's the cap for your students, but prospective students, I'll go down and pay Arch Manning $15 million as a junior in high school. So we had to kind of close that loophole too. So you kind of get, when you got to that place, you got to the nitty gritty. And that was just on the phone, back and forth all day Friday. And then the Big Ten was having their meeting, and we were talking to Petiti. The White House was very involved with it. The president's very focused on this. Randy Levine, the president of the Yankees, has been sort of his hand on all this, and Randy's been great to work with. So the Big Ten's doing their thing. Greg Sankey asked me to be on their call, which was at 7:30 on Friday night. Made the pitch, asked the questions, was on their call for about a half hour or so. And then about 20 minutes later, Greg called and said that they were a yes. And then I crushed several Busch Lights because I felt like we got to a good place. Because I think with the SEC and Big Ten on board now, that's a broad coalition of support that allows us in the United States Senate to have between 60 and 80 votes, which then provides the momentum for it to go to the House and actually take it up and pass it. Also, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, is from Louisiana. Steve Scalise, who's the floor leader, is from Louisiana. They care very much about the SEC. And so having all that on board now is a recipe, at least for this thing to actually get done in the fall, which would be big.
For those who have not followed this particularly closely, and perhaps their biggest impression over the last 48, 72 hours, Senator, was, what? Missouri can bring Mark Mitchell back? How would this, if you could sum it up in 20 to 30 seconds, materially change a college sports fan's experience? The transfer thing, I think, is one thing that certainly is driven people up the wall. And I know you've had conversations with coaches who have been frustrated by the chaos. How would you sum it up, if this indeed passes, that fans will notice a material change?
Yeah, you got 5 years. That's your eligibility. That's it. And so you got 5 years. And so you're right now,
in one transfer.
In one transfer. And by the way, the retention pool will also allow schools to, like, let's say Missouri with Damian Wilson, right? Good example. Coaches Sky Up, great edge rusher. If they would have had a pool specifically designated to keep Damian Wilson, maybe he's not at Miami. So it does. So basically the system is being created now to, you go out and you recruit, you develop a kid, you can keep that kid, you can keep that student athlete. It will provide more stability, I think, in the market. But at the same time, the player can still say, look, I'm stuck, I'm 3 deep here at free safety at Louisville. I want to go somewhere else. And so it's this balance that needed to be struck. The key is, again, why is Congress involved with that? A couple years ago, as I told you guys before, I would have been very skeptical of all of this. But the truth is, Congress is the only entity that can grant antitrust exemption status for the NCAA to enforce that 5-year rule. The reason why they have this issue now in the Colorado court is that the NCAA has created a rule that they can't enforce. Yeah. And so you're going to have this 5-year issue until we pass this bill that allows, to have real rules of the road that can be enforced.
So how key was it that took place on Friday with the Colorado rule?
It didn't. I mean, some people were surmising that added pressure. It didn't. Because
you said this started up a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and we knew that was always a possibility. In the background of all of this is that the NCAA can't do anything. Like it couldn't even really keep the Texas Tech quarterback from the gambling issue. Like they couldn't really do anything about that, but there was such an uproar about that was dealt with internally, right? So I just think that this is going to set the stage for the next few decades of college sports to add real stability and taking into account the changing nature of college sports, but also to say that this, as Drink was saying, this is just not sustainable. Like even if you're a program that's putting together the $50 million roster, like that's hard to go back to donors every year and create that scenario. And eventually, if college football has subsidized all the other sports and all of that money is being either directed or redirected to college football, you're just going to start dropping a lot of these sports. They'll be club sports. You just won't offer scholarships. And there's, we talk a lot about SEC, but there's 500,000 student athletes in this country. And there's a lot of, opportunities that are created from that. So this is really kind of a broader view of college athletics.
So, like, the Boise States of the world might not be able to hit the cap, but it keeps the Alabamas and Michigan from going insanely, so the separation won't be as great.
Yes, you'll have a greater shot of real parity in the long term. And, look, if you're Boise State and you develop a great quarterback, you have a better shot of keeping that quarterback now because you can only move once. You're not moving every year. And you have this retention pool that, I think can help with that. But look, that was always in the background of what happens to the smaller conferences, but they were the ones begging for this the most, quite frankly, because it's just the system's out of control. By the way, as an aside, it provides opportunities. If you're a basketball-centric conference like the Big East or the A-10, you don't have football that drives. So I just think this also is kind of for St. Louis University, which I care a lot about, I think they'll be able to compete and thrive in this new environment, too.
Eric Schmitt is in studio with us here on TMA Live from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. You can watch our conversation and interact in the Forum Energy YouTube chat. The senator kind enough to say that he can do a full half hour with us, so we are going to break. We'll come back with more. Your questions are welcome as well, and talk about not just the Protect College Sports Act, but also the Portland Trailblazers, St. Louis University, the Big East. Your questions are welcome as well. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. All right, it's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And Doug, on your right, I don't know if you noticed it from the previous segment,
notice,
but
yeah.
Senator Eric Schmitt is in studio here.
Well, it's great to have you here. I did notice you were here the last segment. See, that's how perceptive I am. Can't get anything past me.
We have been talking about the Protect College Sports Act. So, knowing what you know, your active involvement in this, what do you see taking place here over the next handful of days?
So my job will be now to sell this to my colleagues, because the truth is there's been about 3 of us that have been intricately involved in the negotiation. And so going to Katie Britt in Alabama, or going to Todd Young in Indiana, going to even Democrat colleagues and saying, hey, here's what this is, so people have an understanding of what's going to be in front of them. But we have to, like, the John Thune will have to file for a cloture, which is basically setting up the week today. And that could take us to the end of the week, even into the weekend. So advocating to make sure we're doing that, along with the other priorities that are going to be up this week. So just making sure it's front and center and educating people. And then I think if we do that, we should be in a pretty good place if we have the time. That'll be the issue. And also I know that the SEC, Big Ten, other conferences, the White House, all are very focused on getting this thing done as well. So, everybody's going to be lobbying to that end today and throughout the week.
If this passes, will this end the possibility of one judge somewhere being able to make a ruling that turns all of college sports on its head again?
Yeah, because you're going to have the force and effect of federal law. I mean, this is right now, there's no federal statute governing any of this. You will now say, hey, the NCAA, some governing body, has antitrust protection to make rules and enforce rules. So if you want to challenge it, you're going to lose. Right now, that doesn't exist, which is why they've been successful in getting this done. So I just think we're in a really strong position right now. Everybody's now finally rowing in the same direction. Greg Sankey's been great to work with. Tony Petiti was very helpful there at the end as we kind of worked through this. But there are a lot more players than just those two. But I talked to the president on Friday night after we got done. He's very happy about it. So he's leaning in, especially if it gets out of the Senate this week, to make sure the House actually takes it up. Because they got a lot of stuff going on. They come back in September. So making sure it's something that people actually move on, because there's a lot of things going on up there, will be key.
Senator, I said we'd take questions from our audience, and you can send yours in at 314-399-9646. And then also we have our YouTube chat. And one of the things I've seen the most is, why is this an issue that the government is involved in? There are so many other things to tend to. Why is this an issue? I feel like we may have discussed this when you were in a few months ago, but to revisit this at a time like this, why is this something that you are championing? And it's bipartisan, as you made reference to. Senator Cantwell's a Democrat in Washington. Why is this something that you are involved in?
Well, first of all, there are a lot of other things going on. I don't want to leave the impression with your audience that, like, we're not doing other stuff. Like, we're doing the National Defense Authorization Act. We're doing continuing resolutions for government funding. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. But I think for me, I view sports in college sports as a uniquely American institution. It brings people together. My experience, whether it's playing sports or just being a fan of the Cardinals or Mizzou or St. Louis U, I don't care who, the person sitting next to me is a Republican or Democrat or anything in between. Like, we're rooting for the same team. And I also learned those lessons on the field, where I don't care. We were on the same team. Like, let's go win. And so I think we need more of that, not less of that. And I think that the danger here is that the trajectory of college sports is changing pretty dramatically. People don't see it. It doesn't happen at once. It's like the frog sort of boiling in the water, right? You don't really know, but it's happening because the model of the old model of subsidizing all the non-revenue sports is going to go away unless you provide some stability. So I just felt like it's important for us again, Congress is the only institution that can grant rulemaking status to some governing body to enforce rules. So all the litigation you've seen over the last decade, and as recently as Friday, is related to that, because that's all been taken away. That's all been taken away. And so Congress has to step in and say, and we don't want to micromanage. I don't want to micromanage every aspect of all this, but you kind of have to have the structure set, have an organizing body or a governing body that can, set the rules, and then we back away and it plays out. And that's really where we're at right now.
Because for years, football paid all the bills. It paid for golf and track and tennis and all of that. So eventually, St. Louis U got rid of their tennis program. So eventually, Now, how would Title IX enter into that? Don't they have to have a certain amount?
Yeah, so Title IX still exists. You have to have the same offerings, but what you could end up happening is you could have a football team and then a women's gymnastics team, and then that's it, right? Because baseball's a non-revenue sport. You lose money on your baseball program unless you're LSU or Ole Miss or something. So you're just the schools will start making decisions about what the offering is, and no matter what, that offering, that menu will become smaller and smaller.
So it just has to. It's not a number. You don't have to have 8 women's programs. You just have to have an even amount.
You have to have parity, basically, right? And so you're not going to have right now the SEC, the Big Ten has actually more sports that they offer because some of those Western states that they picked up have more kind of Olympic sports, which is part of this too, right? If we want to win in the Olympics, you have to have those non-revenue sports. They don't generate any money for hockey doesn't generate money for a university, or gymnastics doesn't generate money, but we want to win the gold medal. And so that's an advantage that America has over other countries. And so that's, again, all part of this kind of sports are part of the national fabric. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's important for Congress to kind of set the stage. And for your audience, you got people of all different stripes. That's great. That's America. This is a very bipartisan thing. And to get to 60 or 80 votes, it has to be. And that's the only way this thing's going to pass, which is why it was very important to me to make sure we had the broadest coalition possible. And when the SEC and Big Ten came on late Friday night, that gave us that window now to get this done.
Eric Schmitt is in studio with us here on TMA 101 ESPN, a topic that has picked up steam locally, Senator. And I know something you're passionate about because we've been talking about the Rams' money. We've been talking about St. Louis University in the Big East, and the matter of pride that sports can tie into a community is the Portland Trailblazers and their situation. What, if anything, can you tell us about what's going on there and your interest level in helping facilitate anything here for the state of Missouri?
Yeah, I don't have any specific insight on this other than I'm sort of following it like everybody else. I know that for a long time in St. Louis, there's always been a desire to have a second tenant in Enterprise. And so from a financial perspective for the people that run Enterprise, it would certainly make sense to have another tenant and more people downtown and more people in that venue. Kansas City has long sought an NBA team. They have the Sprint Center that basically doesn't have a tenant, really. And they don't have the competition of another winter sport, so that's probably their pitch. I don't know. I mean, Portland is always been kind of a undersized market, and the NBA, I know, has an interest in even expanding beyond the number they have now. A lot of leagues aren't in that mode. Baseball kind of is. The NFL's my personal opinion is the NFL expanding internationally doesn't make a lot of sense, but I know they want eyeballs, but I don't know you'd have to have a team in Frankfurt, Germany to do that. But anyway, the NBA, I think, is looking to expand their footprint, and Missouri would be, a great place. I'd be all for it. I mean, I'm not as intensely interested in the NBA as I am with baseball and football and hockey, but maybe that's just because we haven't had a team. And college basketball has been a lot of fun, and why I'm very focused on and getting SLU to the Big East. I think that's a real opportunity to have Georgetown and Marquette coming in on a regular basis. They're about ready to hire a new commissioner. And as I've talked to you guys before, those conversations with then commissioner, and as soon as the new commissioner is named, I will be on the phone introducing myself and how can I help you understand this bill, and how can I be an advocate for what you're doing? And oh, by the way, St. Louis University is the 4th largest Catholic endowment in the country. It's this big market in St. Louis, and it'd be great, as you guys look to expand. So I'm going to constantly be an ambassador for that. I just think the more things we have going on here, the better. And from a sports perspective, we've seen what that looks like. Think of the early 2000s when we had, the Rams were going to Super Bowls and the Cardinals had this resurgence and the Blues were the President Cup winners. I mean, that was a lot of fun. Washington Avenue was kind of a thing, and Queen's Landing was still sort of a thing. And I want to get back to that in St. Louis, so that's for sure.
Anything new on the St. Louis University Big East? I realize that the Big East has the commissioner situation, but that is certainly something. I mean, they had a practice on Friday night where they opened it to the public. The St. Louis University, where it is now with the basketball program versus a year ago, we had Josh Schertz on Friday talking about that. It's really experienced a great deal of momentum. That would kick it up another notch if the Big East were to invite St. Louis University.
Yeah, I think it's a good fit. I do think they're going to be interested in expanding, and I think that you couldn't go to a better place objectively based on their facilities now, their NIL number. They're going to be up there with the big boys in the Big East, and they notice that. They are aware of this, and so there will be a time where this is kind of being done in earnest, and I think SLU's going to be at the top of the list. Interestingly, as it ties into the Protect College Sports Act, this was always sort of in the back of my mind. So I wanted to be a resource for Big East leadership and the presidents if they had questions to maintain that good relationship with them. Could be helpful down the road. But then also, there's also a provision here about conference realignment. This is one, this isn't a perfect bill, by the way. If I were king of the world, this isn't exactly what I would draw up. There are things in here that, and some of the conference stuff, capping it at 19 was a kind of an interesting development. It allows basically the Big Ten, if Notre Dame ever wants to go to the Big Ten, allows that. For the SEC, it's not as big a deal because they're at 16. But you're not punished. Like, if you're going from a Power 4 to another Power 4, you got to sit out 5 years as an independent. That's part of the deal here. But if you're not in that Power 4, you don't have to do that. So UConn, for example, if UConn wanted to move out of the Big East, and I'm certainly not advocating the Big East wouldn't want them to, but they can, and there's not a penalty. I think as specifically the Big East and A10 really continue to develop as these basketball-centric conferences in a world that is really heavily dominated by college football, there's a lot of room for growth for those conferences. And so anyway, I think, again, SLU's very well positioned, even when this passes, to be top 1 or 2 schools or markets that the Big East will look at.
Do you think Mizzou, financially, talking to football specifically, is in a place, because we talk about, you can't compete with Alabama, can't compete with LSU, and then you look at the state of Missouri and versus, state revenues or economic engines in those states. Can Mizzou be, in terms of NIL and funding, is it there? Is the money there?
Yes. And I actually think this is a very underreported thing. You guys, I'm sure, have talked about it. When Missouri comes into the SEC, think of the states that are in the SEC. St. Louis and Kansas City are 2 of the bigger markets in those states. Now, the truth of the matter is, St. Louis, where I'm from, where you guys are broadcasting, although this is worldwide, I don't want to minimize the impact.
The occasional roll call, and we'll say, where are you listening? And then, right now I'm in Fiji. Right. You guys are a little ahead of me, or I'm a little behind.
Right, but I think St. Louis traditionally has been a professional sports town. I don't think that's any kind of revelation. However, with the Rams leaving, and I'll just speak for personal experience, which I think is somewhat indicative, and by the way, the topics on your show and the interest level on your show now, but Mizzou football, there is a desire, it's a great sports town, there is a desire to kind of wrap your arms around a football program, and I think Mizzou's doing that. I met with Laird Veach on Friday. It's interesting, if you look at the sales on the new North End Zone project that they're wrapping up and having ribbon cutting here in a couple weeks, a lot of those dollars for that came from the St. Louis area. So I think what they're seeing is a greater interest from St. Louis, not just from fans, but financial support. You got a lot of major companies in this town that I think are starting to understand the benefit of being a part of that in Mizzou football specifically. So I think it's all upside. I think as this continues to build out and Mizzou continues to build out his brand, and Drinkwitz has done a great job here of really kind of being this SEC school, I think Missouri has advantages that a lot of other states in the SEC don't have. Now, Georgia's different. Georgia's got Atlanta. But as far as bigger cities in SEC footprint, Missouri's in a good spot. I'm going to talk to Sankey about bringing SEC Media Days to St. Louis. So I think there's some things like that. I mean, hopefully I built up some credibility with Greg through all this, that those are asks you can make.
You're losing it right now by being here.
But we'll make that announcement here live on the program. But no, I think Missouri is in a good spot. And by the way, with this cap now, if it's a true cap, Missouri was kind of in the middle of all that, kind of this bellwether. So I think it's very well situated. As some schools are going to have to come down and some schools are going to have to come up, Mizzou sits in a pretty good place there if this actually plays out the way I think it'll play out.
And the opponents of your bill, what are they concerned about? Why wouldn't they like it?
There's some folks that just didn't want us. They thought that the SEC, Big Ten maybe had too much of leverage here, but it's just the reality of the situation, right? If you're going to get a bill passed and you want to get 60, 80 votes, the concerns of those conferences were going to be paramount. And by the way, they don't necessarily mean at the exclusion, because all those other conferences now still support it. And there's all these other protections in there for student athletes. You can't lose your scholarship because of an injury. You have health insurance while you're there and for years after you're done playing. So there's a lot of protections that go into this. I think, some folks, chaos is a ladder sometimes for people, and some people like it. I think some of the agents who benefited from this, who aren't really agents at all, who get a 30% cut on a student athlete from Missouri going to some lesser program. They sold them a bill of goods. The student athlete isn't in a better situation, but the agent made their 30%. Yep. So there's a lot of that going on too, that we kind of clamp down here too, to say, no, you can't just be a hanger-on here with not being registered and kind of a nefarious actor. So, some of those folks probably won't like it. But I think this bill, again, it isn't perfect, but does as good a job as you could possibly hope for, with all the competing interests of getting to a place where we provide stability and a path forward.
Have the Big 12s, the Mountain West, or any of these have any of them chimed in either privately or publicly as far as their support?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, they've been very involved in these negotiations from the get-go, including last week as we were kind of trying to close in on SEC and Big Ten support. So they're very interested in getting this done. The Big 12 and the ACC specifically are very interested in this. So, again, so it's like, Jenga, you didn't want to pull one out and lose. So this was a constant kind of balancing act. And by the way, what people think we do a lot of up there, which we don't actually do, which is kind of legislate. Like you're really trying to get somewhere on a big important topic that for me is culturally relevant. When I come home and I fly back and forth every week, I just be honest, a lot of people aren't asking, how's the road to housing bill coming along? You know what I mean? Like, it is not to minimize it, but it's something I voted for it. But people talk about this stuff. And maybe that's indicative of the people I hang around with or I see. But I just think it matters to people, because on Saturdays, a lot of America, they're watching college football and they're rooting for a team. And that gives a sense of community and attachment and an anchor for people that I don't want to lose.
One final thought. We haven't had a chance to talk with you yet since your catch.
Yes.
In the game, and I don't know how you didn't get injured. I don't know what you were doing.
You were bleeding after that. He did get hurt.
Well, I mean, but
was it really hurt? Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it was
fake blood.
Oh, it was just like WWE.
Put the ketchup packet.
What a veteran move that was. I mean, I'm letting that thing drop all day. But you're sliding, diving, making.
I didn't. Yeah. So the congressional to set the stage, Tim.
Sure. Yeah.
At the congressional baseball game, I was playing in left field. I didn't think I was going to get to it, but I was hustling to get there. And then at some point, I just decided I'm going to go for this. And then I hit the warning track and bloodied up the nose and also the elbows. But yeah, I didn't think I was going to make SportsCenter top 10. And more people have said something to me about that than anything else I've ever done. I was at Tower T hitting some golf balls a couple weeks ago, and a guy watering the flowers was like, "Hey, great catch. How's the nose?"
Tells you what's important in our culture, right there.
Right. Well, people saw it. It went a bit viral, but also it was fun. You're representing your state. I had a Cardinals hat on. I was actually at Busch Stadium last week. Well, the game that was 124-degree heat index last Sunday. And was in the booth with Rooney and Ricky Horton, and they played it up on the Jumbotron, and that was pretty cool. 12-year-old Eric Schmitt could not have believed that would be my day on last Sunday. Did they make you play
the outfield because you're one of the only guys who can still run?
I think it's part of it. But I will say, so I've had some success at the plate in that game.
Who should we have had left, Sanders or Schmitt? Let's see. Mobility.
Right, an 1850 OPS, but not that I keep track of those
there
numbers.
It is, dropping numbers.
But the playing in the outfield is, I don't judge fly balls for a living, and you're in a major league stadium, right? We got the lights and the different levels, and so really you're trying not to embarrass yourself out there. So to come up with a catch like that was pretty cool. Yeah.
I mean, what a moment on a major league field. Diving catch.
So can I all right, let's do this. They ran a StatCast on it. The catch probability for a Major League Baseball player on that play was 18%.
Really?
Which is pretty cool. I told my wife, put on my tombstone, father, husband, American, 18% catch probability.
But you played in high school.
I did, and I played at Truman State. Yeah.
Oh,
But that's a long time ago, Doug.
But you're probably the only college baseball player in Congress, I would. Or one.
Well,
of
there's a guy. We have a guy who played at the Air Force Academy. A lot of the guys on our side who are playing are former military guys. They were in the Air Force.
Yeah.
Teixeira is going to be on the team next year.
That might help the cause.
That'll help a little bit. So I'm glad I got my MVP out of the way before Teixeira is going to be on the club. So he's going to win a seat in Texas, which will be fun.
Senator, we always appreciate when you come by the program, answering the questions, and the work that you're doing on the Protect College Sports Act. Big week here, certainly, and we will be following it closely. Thanks for dropping by the show, as always.
Anytime, guys.
That's Senator Eric Schmitt with us here on TMA. We'll take a break, come back with more on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cardinals move on from Toronto and head to the Bronx this evening for a 6:05 p.m. first pitch with the Yankees. Michael McGreevy toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
101 ESPN, the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. If you want to call in, Chairman Kurt mans the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. He also filters the emails in today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Tickets to see Guns N' Roses next Saturday night, August 16th at Busch Stadium. You can find all the ticket details and a bonus chance to score free tickets for Guns N' Roses right now on 101ESPN.com. And on your 101 mobile app, fresh off of about 40 minutes with U.S. Senator Eric Schmitt in studio here in the Stiefel studios on TMA. And your thoughts on what he had to say at 314-399-9646. Via the Air Comfort Service text inbox are welcome. If you don't have a text inbox name, this is the week that Jackson will give you a name. Just politely request it. And Papers will give it to you at 314-399-9646. Baseball trade deadline day, and we have a move. John Mozeliak is moving players.
Is he really?
He's doing it for the Angels, though. Jose Soriano is on his way to Toronto. Toronto trades Kevin Gossman, and then about 10 hours later, they acquire Jose Soriano for a bunch of prospects. So that just took place. The Angels making moves. John Mozeliak making
He's always
moves.
had a Toronto pipeline, Mo.
The Toronto pipeline.
Toronto went from about half an inch to winning the World Series last year over the Dodgers to now being a last-place team trading off parts.
Another move 2 minutes ago. Jeff Passan. The Phillies are acquiring Giants second baseman Luis Arias in a trade. So that one just taking place as well. I expect the Giants, along with the Cardinals, to be active today. We've set the over-under on 3.5 players from the Cardinal Major League roster going to a new team. I think I'm going over, boys. I know you're on the under. I'm going over. And I realize you can say, well, we always have these hopes that they're going to do something, but this is the first Chaim Bloom deadline. And so pattern of past practice is immaterial to my assessment. I go over 3.5. But as of 8:50, time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler, the Cardinal trade is at 0. I just think there are a lot of teams out there hungry, and the Cardinals are one of a handful of teams.
They're in that we'll get to you category.
Yeah.
The deadline's when 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock Central.
Yeah. I imagine at 4:45 things will start to roll.
Things are rolling already here in this 8 o'clock hour with 2 trades, Soriano and Arias being moved here in the last couple of minutes. 336 people in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And Vinny Favorito, KFNS Polo Shirt 05, says he's going to go troll Welly. I guess that's in reference to Mike Wellington, friend of the program. Dougie's Bo Van Pelt's caddy on the PGA Tour Champions.
Okay.
And he is very passionate about his friend Tony Vitello.
Kind of Tony's caddy as well.
So I guess that's where Vinny Favorito, KFNS Polo Shirt 05 is going to be if you're looking for him.
On Friday, I had to duck out there. I had some, since I'm new, some business to tend to. Did you guys touch on that Navy caps? The poll came out when?
It
Friday?
came out right as what Chairman Kurt texted me. Producer Joe. I mean, it was a big producer text moment. Producer Joe, like right when it came out, all the email said is, "This is big," and I go, "Boy, I hope I didn't get something that was directed for somebody else." And I looked at it, and it was a link to the poll. And then about 5 minutes later, Chairman Kurt texts me. And so, Martin, right when this program went off the air, by
design,
you think so?
A little Friday news
because it was a few years ago when Missouri would do its uniform reveals, and Doug loved those, where there'd be a guy in a barn.
I thought it was stupid.
And then they went down to Texas A&M and got stomped, and they stopped doing those uniform reveals. Now it's just like a JPEG that they would release them when the show ended at 10 o'clock. Now, fortunately, we get to go to 12 o'clock. Doug wants us to go to 1 o'clock. I don't know.
You guys added on just so you could be ready for a Mizzou football drop?
That's correct. That they would reveal the uniforms. That was a tradition right at 10 o'clock, and we felt like that wasn't a coincidence. Martin, I can't help but feel like this was not a coincidence that they did this right after we went off the air. So for those not familiar, and I'm sure that's a healthy number of people, the Cardinals sent out via email and also social media. Doug, you call it a Gallup poll?
I don't, unless the Gallup organization is the one running it.
Asking what fans' favorite uniforms are and home and road uniform combinations. In addition, you had to rank the current home uniform, the current road uniform, the victory blue, the powder blue uniform, the Saturday cream home uniform, and then the City Connect uniform. How many members of the dais participated in this poll?
I did not.
I think I've so far have answered it 1,300 times.
Have you really?
I just think it's the right thing to do.
Our guy, Anook, who's a friend of the show.
And now president of the organization.
He actually texted me a link on Friday to the poll. And
Did he do it right at 11 o'clock?
And I said, I can only assume my colleagues will be voting early and often. And he said, we'll be monitoring voting coming from that studio.
Doug, they're on to us.
I don't know who would be against it. Have you ever heard anybody say, oh, I hate the look of those Navy caps?
I have to tell you that, now we've been talking about this on this show, and I've been asking guys about it for a long time. I mean, I can remember talking with Freeze about it, so that's how long it goes back. I believe Matt the Bat was pro Navy caps. I mean, he wore a Navy cap. Freeze obviously wore a Navy cap. They like the powder blue thing, but I don't think they visualized what the powder blue became because it's a little darker powder blue than the guys wore in 1982. But either way, the support for the navy blue hats is overwhelming. And I have to say that stands out because oftentimes if something is associated with this show, like the Doggies, for example, Doug, that was your nickname for the MLS franchise before they became City SC. Mm-hmm. If it's associated with this show, there is a portion of the St. Louis area that just hates the show. And so if we're in support of something, they will automatically line up on the other side of it. This has bipartisan support, the Navy caps.
Yeah. I've never heard anybody say, yeah, I hate that look. Nobody.
I still don't know why they changed it.
No.
McGreevy actually sent it to me at 1 o'clock. Yeah. And I said, don't worry. I said, don't worry. We're already on it. I know his teammates prefer it. And then the thing, but I gave him the history and the context. They changed this. I think it was following the 2012 season, while they're in the midst of these NLCS and World Championship runs. I still don't know why. Then when there was pushback on it, they did a vote. And then the vote was, well, we want the Navy caps. And so when that happened, as opposed to giving the fans what they want, they said, okay, we'll do it when they play teams who wear home caps that are red. And now even that has kind of gone away. We've only seen them a couple of times. So the Navy caps ideally will become a fixture here. And I tip my cap to Anook and the organization for paying attention to what the people want.
Well, I think it's smart to reach out. I mean, they're at a time in the franchise you want to engage as much as you can, get as much feedback as you can get.
I think he's really sharp. I'm super fired up that he got that gig because that keeps him around here. And I think this is I think he's involved in this, don't you? I think this might be his thing.
And we can get him on the show, but this feels like his fingerprints. All right, let's engage. Let's see what people are saying. I have not voted yet. I allowed my vote to Senator Papers over here. And does the poll indicate, is it all or nothing? Like, if you just say, I like the navy blue caps, but not every road game, is there a way to distinguish?
The poll said, which hat do you like with the road gray uniforms? Yeah. It was two options, navy or...
Okay, and so when they get the results, if it's by a percentage or overwhelming, people like the navy blue road caps, they could still, as an organization, say, okay, we'll do it half the time.
I guess. I mean, but why do the poll then?
But do you think it's all or nothing in the minds of people voting, blue or red?
Yes.
That's the way that the poll position.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering.
And there was
Sounds like you didn't vote. Very disappointing. Chairman Colonel.
Well, I did it right. I mailed it in. It's in the mail.
Much like the
Find my
TMA
name.
Listener of the Month voting, which will go down this afternoon.
Or the occasional email today in my car. Like, oh, crap.
Yeah. They also have
I'm wondering if they could interpret that. Maybe that's an Anook question to ask that says, okay, we're going to do it, but not every road game.
And then again, I ask why do the poll? Because the way the poll is positioned, as Tim was saying, is like, which do you like better on the road?
Yeah. Gentlemen, Jackson, did you vote?
I did.
How did you rank the 5 uniforms to give people, again, I said it, but I want to hammer this home, the 5 that you would rank in order?
Yeah.
The standard home uniform, the standard away uniform, caps notwithstanding for the rankings.
Yeah.
The cream-colored Saturday home uniform, the Victory Blue road uniform, and then the City Connect. How did you vote?
Number 1, white home uniform.
Same here.
Number 2, I voted for the powder blues. Number 3, I went with the Saturday cream. Number 4, the City Connect, and number 5, the road uniform.
Okay. I put the City Connect as 5th.
That's the STL hat.
I think the STL hat is hackneyed. I think the Lou thing is tired. I mean, that was Nelly 26 years ago.
I only put it up
and I'm talking about the Lou.
Yeah, we avoided major catastrophe with the City Connect. When you see the City Connects across baseball,
I agree with that.
And how bad it could have gone.
Could have been worse.
Having like what is like an upgraded spring training uniform is actually a huge victory in my mind.
Doesn't it seem like that's kind of played out now?
Everything about the uniform isn't great. Like the hat's the worst part about it. I've described it before as a Lambert Airport hat. So you get it at Hudson News.
I think that's a nice analogy, Paper.
Yeah,
you think Rob Lowe's wearing it?
If it was a fleur-de-lis, if it was just a fleur-de-lis, that would be a beautiful
We
cap
have one of
for
the greatest flags for cities. I mean, it's so unique.
It's beautiful.
It really is. Now, the 270 construction crew is a text inbox name. Is that a new one, Papers? Did you just give that one?
No.
No Navy caps. We are the Redbirds, not the Blue Jays. That's from the 270 construction crew. And I would point to the Red Sox and their Navy caps.
Right.
And also the organization had a really nice run of success with those Navy caps and then decided to change for no reason. Fans said in 2013, no, keep the Navy caps. And they said, well, we'll do that when we play teams with red hats.
Right. Yeah, they asked if fans wanted to see a new City Connect coming soon, and I voted while gritting my teeth, yes, but please don't do anything crazy.
No one from St. Louis calls it the Lou. That's from Crestwood Coyote. I tend to agree with that.
Yeah, nobody does.
It's like people from San Francisco don't call it San Fran. That's not like a thing that
or
they
Frisco.
would say.
They don't say I live in Frisco.
Every airport you're in across America, the menu has St. Louis ribs. And I'm always like, oh, well, I guess we do.
Hey, 270 construction crew, you might be one of the dumbest texters to come along in recent memory. Go play in traffic. That's from Scissor Me Timbers.
He already is playing in traffic.
Yeah, by definition.
Well, there just aren't that many other teams that wear red hats. So under the current setup, Cardinals will rarely wear their blue.
Right, exactly.
270 construction crew is 1,000% from St. Charles. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
I don't know.
Is that right?
No. Well, he may be, but I don't think St. Charles as a region has anything against blue hats.
There's also a lot on the Sunday cap. There's a lot, which I think looks pretty smooth on a Sunday, but it doesn't scratch the itch of what I need for
Navy
in terms
and
of
red.
Navy.
Yeah.
With the red bill and all of it.
And Stan Musial spent much of his career wearing a Navy cap.
Yeah. Yeah. It also talked about wearing the powder blues at home on some Saturdays, which I'm on board with. I don't, that doesn't.
The Cardinals could not wear the powder blues on Saturday because the Blue Jays were wearing powder blues.
Right.
Boy, that was an ugly scene on Friday night with the Blue Jays uniforms, the Cardinals in their Greg Jeffries red hats and grays, and that field. Whew.
Yeah.
Yow. Boy, that turf. That looks like a tribute to the Dome.
Yeah, I know the Rogers Center gets real loud and people love going there, but it does not look good on television.
Tip of the cap to the attendants. Certainly it helps when you're the, American League pennant winners the year before, but they're in also-ran mode, and they still had 40-plus thousand there.
I heard Quinn Mathews with Mike Claiborne on the Sunday pregame, and he said, a little different. I pitched in front of 4,000 in Jacksonville the other night, which was a good minor league crowd, and then debuts in front of 40,000, and he looked fine. There's a guy. I want to see as many Quinn Mathews starts down the stretch here. That's kind of what this season's about, Doug. Although I want to give Ollie a new talking point because every postgame now is, well, when you have a young team and a learning team, this is kind of what we're going through. And I did. We've been saying that a lot.
Yeah.
We get it.
How long does that go on?
We get it. I would like to just break down each game. Hey, there's a ball Wynn should have caught. Hey, there's an out that O'Brien should have gotten instead of. I get it. We're rebuilding. I get it. We're learning. I've got a little fatigue on that.
Yeah, they've got to have learned that stuff by now. I mean, these are not 12-year-old players. These are 20-something players. You got to know that stuff. You got to know how many outs there are in right field. I don't care. You know, you talk to a kid when he's 7 years old about that, not when he's 27.
Shut up, Ravioli Head.
Where do people vote has been a question that's come up. It's the link I have is on Instagram.
Cardinals.com/uniforms.
Cardinals.com/uniforms. I feel real good about seeing the reemergence of the Navy caps on the road in 2020.
Feels like
baseball restarts.
Yeah, groundswell. Yeah, that what if that was they couldn't start the season because the Cardinals were fighting against the popularity of the Navy caps on the road.
They must have heard the chatter. They had to have heard it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've asked Bill with the third about it. I remember sitting in his office, like, going back and forth with him, like, in 2018 on the podcast.
I gather that he says to him, oh, God, enough. Or just put out a poll or something. Make it go away.
Doug, this is my favorite version.
It's the whole crowd singing.
Yes.
The full Pep Band version now available everywhere you stream music.
Nice. Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Nice.
I might have to download that. I love that one. Sherman, what's your favorite? I mean, both of your babies. It's always tough to ask what your favorite song is.
I think because it's so close to college football season, it's a little recency bias with
Pep
that
Band?
one. But I think the Orig that's my bread and butter.
Are you okay with that, Doug? Orig?
I don't like the word.
That was
really
so
no.
close to just saying the full word.
He almost said original, but just stop it.
Why didn't you just say original?
That's how we do it in the music industry.
Okay.
Nice.
Can I ask a Cardinal-adjacent, music-specific question?
Wow.
So Noah Khan was at Busch Stadium last night.
Talk about toasted ravioli.
And then I saw a tweet where he said, St. Louis, I would split my face open again for you. I would do it 100 times. Do it again 100 times. And then I had to do a little deep dive. Apparently in his first song, he clocked himself in the face with his guitar and split open his eye and was bleeding. So we have a history here. Post Malone fell through the trap
through the
door.
stage papers. You were at that?
Yes.
And he's just up there performing, and Enterprise Center's like, oops.
Yeah, he took an extended break because he literally snapped
I went to the
ribs.
hospital and came
And
back.
what happened to the lead singer of that band? They sing Use Somebody?
Letters, Cleo, who are the...
No one has said an English word in the last 10 seconds.
Who are the guys? Oh, no, they got dumped on by pigeons.
Yeah.
Oh, Dave Matthews?
Kings of Leon.
Kings of Leon. Dave Matthews, Doug, he emptied his septic tank over the Chicago River. Is that right?
That's a problem.
Kings of Leon got crapped on.
And then stopped the show. Post Malone fell through a hole in the stage.
Axl Rose jumped on a person taking a picture. We're giving away tickets to Guns N' Roses for the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, that's our history with musicians in St. Louis. Martin, you wouldn't be able to tell us about Design Air because they sponsor this email today.
We love Design Air because they're a loyal sponsor to this program, but also because they do great work. And whether it's summertime with air conditioning, wintertime with the furnace, if there's an issue, you know what to do. Just go to designairservice.com. And while you're there, sign up for the maintenance program. That's the best thing to do. That way you are covered year-round with any issues. And when you get Design Air coming out to your home, you're going to get the absolute best. That's why Seth Goldcamp's family has been doing this for 4 generations now. They continue the commitment that was there from day one, making sure your furnace, AC, is back up and running, not trying to sell you anything you don't need. DesignerService.com, the website to head to, and let us know about your experience. We love getting text or emails about when you have them to your home. A lot of times it's fun just looking at the text inbox. There'll be a picture of a Design Air Service truck out front at one of our loyal listeners' homes, DesignerService.com. Support the sponsors, and this one is the longest-running sponsor of TMA.
How could you forget Ozzy Osbourne biting the bat's head off?
Well, that didn't happen here, did it?
Jackson?
I have no idea.
I don't believe that happened.
I've heard
here.
that story, but I don't know. That was news to me if that happened in St. Louis.
Didn't Nikki Sixx snort a line of ants? Am I right on that, Doug?
I thought that was Ozzy.
I missed that.
Ozzy did that? Maybe Nikki Sixx was the one telling the story when I saw
Could be the
it.
case.
Would that work? For what? What the ants? If
it
you snort
work?
them, what happens? And it goes up into your nose and then out your mouth, or what?
Yeah.
Where do the ants go?
Into your stomach?
If you take it through your nose?
Right.
Only if
Where else would it go?
Only if you'd swallowed it, right?
Well, aren't we talking like these passages kind of go to the same place?
Well, but sometimes if you can take something up the nose, it'll come out your mouth, too.
Right, and then you'd swallow it.
If you wanted to.
I wouldn't want to snort anything.
So an hour ago, we had a U.S. Senator sitting here.
About 30 minutes
now
ago.
we're snorting ants.
That's correct.
And breaking it down.
That's correct.
I want to know if anybody was at that Noah Con. It sounded like it was a major...
Was it a pony last
bleeding.
night? April, like your compadres going at like oatmeal?
I don't know anyone who went to it, but
I think it was a huge deal.
Oh yeah, for sure. I wish I had tickets. I wish I would have gone. I really enjoy his music. So, and plus concerts at Busch Stadium are cool. And he seems like a good performer.
Doug, didn't Camila Cabello storm off the stage during her Fifth Harmony concert here in St. Louis, which was the start of her solo career? That's for the 636.
I don't
she
know.
She had Havana?
Mm-hmm, with Young Thug.
Yeah, with Young Thug on that.
Okay.
Is that 2017?
I don't know the years either.
And
Yeah,
then
that sounds
Fifth
right.
Harmony, Work From Home. But there's a double entendre on that. Remember that? Jackson, when you say there's a double entendre on Work From Home?
Yeah.
See?
WFH.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I take back everything I said then.
She did storm off mid-show. She was having an anxiety attack.
But that did not lead to her breaking up with Fifth Harmony.
It's hard to say.
Seems like a
really.
stretch.
And whenever I have anxiety, I snort ants.
Guys, snorting ants is a good text name. Yeah, well, good news. If you don't have one,
great.
Text in right now because Jackson will award the first texter who says, I want the text inbox name Snorting Ants. Because today, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, if you don't have a text inbox name here on 101 ESPN, Jackie Papers will assign that which you request, assuming it's within the realm of the Federal Communications Commission's regulations. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email. Today, the program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. You like this one?
Yeah, this is kind of friendly.
There's Noah Khan. I played it in the last segment. I forgot to change the Noah Khan song, but this is a banger, so I don't care. Porch Light, Doug.
Porch Light.
Doug, do you like She Calls Me Back with Casey Musgraves?
I don't know that I've heard it. Can you
Jackson, did he play that last night?
I don't know. I would imagine he played almost everything off his new album. And then obviously like the hits like Stick Season and Northern Attitude and Orange Juice.
Is there a comp for those of us who are not familiar?
He's a modern, like kind of modern folk, I would say. I would say pop.
That's a good question, Martin. I'm in the tank on this.
Folk pop, I would say.
Yeah.
Like
hybrid.
type? Yeah.
I would say folk country pop would be my.
Yeah.
But I then who fills that genre?
A little close to Hozier, but he certainly has a ton of Irish, like traditional Irish, and also like Maine pop kind of
Zach
influences.
Bryan and Mumford & Sons had a baby?
Zach Bryan's more country than he is. Yeah, somewhere in between Mumford & Sons and Zach Bryan. I think that's a good.
They had a baby.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah, but it's I don't know.
They adopted it.
Timmy did play She Calls Me Back. It's in the 314. Well, who played the role of Casey Musgraves? Or did he just do it sans Casey Musgraves? Because, Doug, I think the original was sans Casey. Am I right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he likes to add people on. That's what he did with Hozier on Northern Attitude. He has a really good backup band, so I'm sure someone in there sang her part. Or he just played it, yeah, sans.
I'm 66 and Noah Khan is great. That's from Pele Blanco.
What does your age have to do with that?
Stephen Time said, I was there. It was a pony, but then added, he's got a cult following that dresses up like ladybugs. It was weird.
Oh, no.
Well, we don't kink shame.
Ladybugs?
That's right. Thank you, Martin.
Yeah, that'd be real stupid.
I think
Dress up like a ladybug.
I think there's some significance to it. His deluxe album, the album was called The Great Divide, and then his deluxe version was called The Great Divide, The Last of the Bugs.
Okay.
Get on board.
I guess I should.
Brown and Krupin's on board with this program. The presenting sponsor of the Morning After is Brown and Krupin. 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Or you can go online at getbc.com. It's Brown and Krupin local. Founded here in St. Louis in 1979 and built brand new offices on the Hill just a few years ago with their commitment to the St. Louis metropolitan area. To the insurance company, you are just a claim number. To your team at Brown and Krupin, you are a person with a name that Brown and Krupin cares about and will fight for. Don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the big national insurance companies and the local courts? Well, that's Brown and Krupin. If you think you may need Brown and Krupin services, call 314-222-2222. Or go to getbc.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Get involved on the program by texting in 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to call in our Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. You can open up your YouTube app, type TMA STL, and join the 340 friends who are in the TMA STL YouTube chat, like Chairman Kurt, first person I see, Murphy VR, Iggy's prison window hand, the never-ending wipe, and Snorting Ants. Doug, Snorting Ants is now in the Form Energy YouTube chat, Form Energy. Joining Michelob Ultra, longtime TMA sponsor and sponsor of the YouTube chat. Now it is Form Energy, all under the same umbrella at AB. Form Energy, Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, only worth it if you enjoy it. 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's Michelob Ultra, longtime Morning After sponsor, and we have wonderful weather here to enjoy a Michelob Ultra with friends and family. Michelob Ultra, longtime TMA sponsor. We've got news coming up here at the bottom of the hour. A new TMA sponsor, but the TMA sponsor has a longtime tie into the program, and candidly, Doug, a tense relationship with one member of the dais on this program.
Tense relationship.
At this point, with the show having been on for more than 20 years, there's a TMA family tree. The member of the dais the sponsor's sideways with is not in the Stiefel studios.
No,
but you will find out who and what and why coming up at 9:30 on the Polos Plus dossier. At 9:45, we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, giving away tickets to see Guns N' Roses. That is the prize that's taking place on August 16th at Busch Stadium. Speaking of Busch Stadium concerts, they were celebrating yesterday Meadow Soprano. Do you see her in the stands at the Mets game for the 40th anniversary?
No, I didn't.
Now you might say, why was Meadow Soprano in the stands for the 40th anniversary of the 1986 Mets? Does anybody know? Papers does.
She's married to Cutter Dykstra, son of Lenny.
How about that?
Is she really?
How about that? Fun facts for no and tell.
Okay.
They caught up with Ray Knight on the SNY broadcast, Doug. Here is what Ray Knight, he scored that winning run, didn't he not? Was he he stomped on home plate after the Bill Buckner?
Yeah, when Buckner had the ball go through him.
Yeah, here's Ray Knight.
When, after all this time, I know you guys haven't really been together since probably the 30th reunion. What's it like to get back together with that group again?
Awesome. I love those guys. They love me. We love each other. And it's just, we hug. And, I had 4 or 5 guys that give me a kiss on the cheek. I kissed a couple of guys on the cheek. People think what they want to think. I don't give a f***. But I do know one thing. I like going to war with those men.
Gosh, that kind of went off the rails, didn't it?
It intensified.
It really did.
People think what they want to think. I don't give a f***.
Wow. That's what happens when you're 40 years older than you were when you played the game, and the filter's now gone.
And that team you were on was the 1986 Mets. Mm-hmm. Filter was gone in a moment.
Yeah, the 1986 Mets enjoyed themselves.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
My Matty mock drop.
We gave him Keith Hernandez. That helped their cause.
Yeah, but we got
nothing.
Neil Allen.
Got nothing.
What, Rick Ownby?
Just gave away. Is Hernandez in the Hall of Fame? He's not, but he's close.
Cardinal Hall
Borderline guy.
How pissed, though, do you think Alan Craig was pissed about that deal?
Who wasn't?
Well, he'll be back, right, for the reunion that the skipper's putting together. They got that's the 2006. Although we got the 15-year. Are they doing a 15-year for the 2011 team? They like a good reunion down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because at some point, my point is I want to see Alan Craig and ask him how pissed he was. Get to the button.
360 Friends of the Feather have gathered in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Wonderful to see people in here, especially when there's no female present. Usually those are kinds of, Doug, they rush to the YouTube chat. We have a female in studio.
Yeah, which is
and now it's just 5 hot guys in here.
Yeah. A lot of beefcake.
Amen.
A lot of it.
Ray Knight, Nancy Lopez. It was one of the best power couples for a while.
1980s power couple, Martin?
Yeah.
Are they still married?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Legendary golfer, pro baseball player.
Any other examples of athletes getting married to other
Steffi
athletes?
Graf and then Andre Agassi, right? That was a power.
Mia Hamm and
tennis
Nomar
couple.
Garcia Parra.
That's a nice play.
Yeah. I guess we're about out at that point, though, aren't we?
Chris Everett did she date Jimmy Connors?
Yes.
Okay.
She might have been married to Jimmy Connors.
Obviously, Kelsey and Swift.
Well, she's not an athlete.
He is.
But she is.
Hold on.
We said athletes marrying athletes.
Oh, athletes marrying athletes.
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about
Let's just
athletes
get back
marrying
on the Adderall for the Mizzou
There's
football
plenty
season.
of athletes who have not married athletes.
Okay. I thought you were talking about athletes marrying big-time celebrities. My bad.
I thought it was pretty clear, but I love papers.
Well, okay. I mean, you can change the damn text.
Gosh.
Did somebody get snorting ants? Because somebody took it in the Form Energy YouTube chat.
Taken quickly.
Did you blokes, Doug, do you like being called a bloke?
Not really.
Did you blokes
hurtful.
talk about that pearl necklace from the weekend? It's like Peter North was, that's from Mitch. How do you personally feel about your feet, Cumstein? Doug, that was Quinn Mathews wearing a pearl necklace, which he was on at spring training. He wasn't on this year, but he was on in 2025. We asked him about that pearl necklace. He was sporting it. It did not play well with some of the older Cardinal fans. They were not happy about Quinn Mathews' pearl necklace.
Well, it is different. The kids will wear different things these days. Chairman Kurt, didn't you have a pearl necklace?
I was getting ready to say that sometimes the 40-year-old men will wear different things these days.
Yeah.
Are you wearing a pearl necklace, bro?
Not today, but I wear one, I would say, once a week or so.
And what is the significance?
Just being hot. Me, Quinn Mathews, Timberlake, Travis Scott.
They're not real pearls, are they?
I don't know.
I don't know. Okay. All right.
I thought Quinn Mathews looked damn good. How many guys did he have 2 strikes on and wasn't able to finish off? And don't get me wrong, I think he wound up with 3 or 4 strikeouts. But he had the Blue Jays in a hole left and right, and they would get some hits. He would lose them. But I thought that was a really impressive debut. I know Toronto isn't the Toronto of 2025, but I thought that was an encouraging debut. Martin, you had to feel vindicated. You've been calling for this guy for months.
And I think he said he was most upset. A couple of his walks were after he was 0-2.
Exactly, yes.
But no, I think this is what you're trying to do for next year. Libator, if he can do it more consistently, okay, fine. He's just starting to feel like a career tease. But by the end of this season, you'd like some clarity. And I think they've figured out maybe Herrera's not an everyday catcher, even if they thought that before. Maybe that's for sure. I think Paez is a perfect backup. And that's totally fine. When he was playing every day, it didn't work. Blaze Jordan, maybe not the answer at third. You're starting to get some, I think some of this is playing out. The Crooks one is more confusing. I think he needs to play more.
Boy, they got some catchers down there.
Yeah, and
Bernal raking in the month of July. He was their player of the month at Memphis.
I wouldn't give up on Blaze Jordan at third base.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you.
He drives in runs, and he's pretty good defensively.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm not saying you're saying this.
Yeah, but
so I want to make clear.
He might be fine for a while, but probably not a long-term
I just think the rope for a minor leaguer coming up to the major leagues has to be greater than 45 games. And I'm not saying you're saying otherwise. I'm not trying to straw man it. I'm just like it's part of the process, and that's what this year is for. That's what we understood that to be the case going in. So I'm at peace with it, you know.
And he should be out there almost every night, and Crooks should be behind the plate almost every night, and Quinn Mathews should be in the rotation. And now if they start trading guys today, it'll be fascinating to see who they plug in to those holes. And you may have I hope I'm wrong. I've gone with the under today, just the logistics of trading a number of different people all on the same day. But I would love it if they traded a bunch of pieces at this point.
Papers, you're on the under of 3.5 players?
Yes.
So I'm the lone wolf here.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, so far, no Cardinals have been traded, Doug. We have approximately 7.5 hours between now and the Major League Baseball trade deadline. For the record, Dustin May was initially scheduled to start tonight in the Bronx, and then that became TBD, and then that became Mike McGreevy. So McGreevy gets the ball tonight against the Yankees. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. It is coming your way on the Polos Plus dossier at 9:45. And Doug, friends become enemies, enemies become lovers. And on this program, enemies become sponsors. And we will have an unveiling of a new TMA sponsor who at one time was sideways with a member of the dais. And that reveal coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. Polos Plus is online at polosplus.com. You like the hat Papers is wearing. You like the hat I'm wearing. You can get it right now at polosplus.com. Quarter zips, polos, you name it, they've got it. And with big-time brands like Carhartt, Travis Mathew, Nike, Under Armour, and many more. Go to polosplus.com. Whether you own a business, you work for one, you sit on a board, help run an event, or just know a buddy out there grinding to grow his own thing, you probably cross paths with somebody who could use what Polos Plus does. So keep them in mind. They're a local company, and they've been doing it in St. Louis now for 3+ decades. That's Corey Lawson and his team at Polos Plus with Andrew Hubbard, who handles the sales and marketing. Go to polosplus.com. And if you're interested in TMA merchandise, there is a TMA tab right at the top of the page, and you can get a hat like what we're wearing here and many more options at polosplus.com. Big sponsor reveal as friends become enemies and enemies become lovers and lovers become sponsors on the morning after. That's coming up. Then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today with Guns N' Roses tickets on the line for the winter coming up at 9:45. This is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. FanDuel is giving new customers up to $1,000 in bet resets. Here's how it works. Bet $5 daily and unlock $200 in bet resets every day. That's right. New customers can place a $5 bet each day and receive up to $200 in bet resets, up to $1,000 total. With baseball on every day, there's always another game, another matchup, another chance to get in on the action. Whether you're betting money lines, player props, or same-game parlays, FanDuel has you covered. So place your daily $5 bet and unlock up to $1,000 in bet resets. Here's Jackson Burkett with the play.
In addition to the bet reset, FanDuel is running a 25% profit boost today and tomorrow on MLB bets. So I like Alec Burleson to hit a home run tonight in that short porch in right field at Yankee Stadium. That's plus 440, but with that 25% profit boost, that moves that up to plus 550 for Alec Burleson to hit a dinger.
Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, your home for home runs. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. A minimum $5 wager required for 5 consecutive days. Bonus issued is now throwable bet reset tokens. Refund from token issued is now throwable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $200 per day. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See full terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Jackson has turned our mics on. I was about to start talking, but he was waiting because he thought there might be profanity because Doug cusses like a sailor.
He's the Ray Knight of this dance.
Yep, he is the Ray Knight.
I'll let it go.
The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers, who loves that Rascal Puff. If you want to email in for the Guns N' Roses tickets, you can do so. Chairman Kurt filters the emails. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. That's coming up on our Polos Plus dossier here in a matter of about 10 minutes. But, Doug, if you look on your right, an hour ago, there was a United States Senator sitting there, and he sat there for 45 minutes. No disrespect to Eric Schmitt, but we've just upgraded because now we've got a Stanley Cup winner sitting
He
here.
didn't win the Stanley Cup.
Daddy Padre of new TMA sponsor, Cardinal Vending, is in studio. Cardinal Vending is a new TMA sponsor, Doug.
Fabulous.
And there's nothing you or Iggy can do anything about to stop it. Daddy Padre has infiltrated the Stiefel Studios.
Just seems like you're throwing around a lot of practice goalie money right about now.
Yeah, Why didn't you bring the cup?
I didn't have it today. I let somebody else take it. So.
You didn't get a day with the cup.
I didn't actually. No, but I did get to see it a lot. I mean, I don't know.
See?
I mean, I feel like everybody saw it in St. Louis. It was pretty hard not
See?
to.
So he got to see the Stanley Cup.
I did a commentary one night about that, how it was unjust that you didn't get your day.
Good for you, Martin.
It is what it is at this point.
Daddy Padre, it is wonderful to have you in the Stiefel Studios for a number of years. We couldn't tell if you were banned. What was the deal? You played Iggy in golf, and if you lost, you were not allowed on the program.
Yeah, I remember actually filling a vending machine, calling in at the same time back in the day. I bet Iggy, I said, because he wouldn't play me just straight up, so I had to convince him to play me. I said, I will never call in again if I lose to you in match play, which obviously the joke on the show is you don't understand match play, which I didn't.
Right, only 10.
For half the match, I was beating him, and then I didn't understand I needed to like kind of sack up and win those holes on the, the ones I didn't have. So
you let him win some holes?
No, I just didn't know that I had to focus in on the ones that I had the dots on the scorecard, so I kind of messed around a little bit.
Got to capitalize on your dots, Doug.
And then he beat me on the last hole, so, and then Iggy kind of changed the bet to
Hard to
I'm
believe.
banned from everything on the show. And then I swore my number on 590 was blocked because then when you guys left, I tried to text in and Cam and them couldn't get me on the air. So
oh, is that right? So you had been blocked?
It might have been, yeah. I'm just going to go on a limb maybe and say that's what happened.
Oh, no.
But now we're here. So now I'm paying you guys off so I can get back on.
Yeah, look at that, Doug. That's what it takes.
Yeah, well, sure.
We are who's. You do
have goodie bags. They're personalized
for all you guys.
So I didn't know the running joke on the show when I would point out that you are a Stanley Cup winner, Doug. I mean, this is a Stanley Cup winner. And then you would say he's a vending machine jockey?
Pretzel jockey.
Well, yeah. I mean, you got
never offend a future sponsor.
You practiced with him occasionally. Right? Almost got into a game one night.
Tarasenko raved about his ability.
I got dressed probably 3 or 4 times over the course of it, and then the one time I did the warm up when Carter Hutton broke his foot that morning. And then I practiced him a lot, especially in the summer times because Benner and Jake Allen and whoever was here wasn't always in town. So yeah, it was fun while I did it. I mean,
and the guys like shooting against you because you're an absolute sieve.
Oh my!
Oh yeah, Patty Maroon would give me crap because I'd come out to like the hash marks on him because I'm so little, and he'd like get back in the net. And I'm like, well, I'm like go around me. He's like, I don't want to move. I'm like, well,
I don't want to move.
So it was an ongoing joke, but yeah, I mean, I had a blast doing it. It was crazy. They would always tease me like, why don't you park in the back? I'm like, you don't understand. I'm on a route right now. I got a vending truck out front at the Mills Mall, and I couldn't pull it back there by the Maseratis and the Beamers and all that stuff. So I would leave it out front. And I go skate, get shelled, and then go back and run my route.
The night you got dressed up and they were taking shots, were you hoping you would get in the game or terrified you might?
I wanted to get in so bad because there's no expectations, right? Like I'm supposed to get lit up.
Yeah.
So if I got lit up, it's whatever, right? I'm a men's league goalie.
Iggy is active in the Form Energy YouTube chat. And I don't know how happy he is to see you here in the Stiefel Studios.
I've already said to you, if this works out great and we have fun doing it, I'm like, maybe I'll go to ATMA and I'll make Iggy read us an ad.
Oh, my.
Request
what
Iggy.
A moment that would be.
And then maybe we do his
Patreon
right there. And all that stuff.
That is a cuck sit.
You want some stale Pringles, call this guy.
So here is the backstory. You have been working for your family-owned business, Cardinal Vending. And when you would call into the show and or be the Blues E-Bug, you would be working for the family business.
Yes.
Give the backstory on the family business.
So started in 1987.
Cardinal Vending.
Yeah, my grandpa started it with his best friend, and my dad started the same exact day as first day they started, and from there he actually bought out his partner. So then it became just my dad's. And then as time went on, like I had no intention of ever working in the company. My dad never wanted me to work in the company. He's like, I don't want you to do all the hours.
He wanted you in the NHL.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Well, we all wanted to, Jackson probably wanted to play in the NBA, but it is what it is, right? And you wanted to play second base for the Cardinals and then broadcast for him. So
still might happen.
yeah. So I went to college, and then I don't know, part of the thing, my dad was like, hey, I want you to get your master's. I'm like, all right, I'll get my master's. Like, I'll pay for it. He's like, you can run a route for me. So
you got a master's degree?
I do have a master's in
I didn't think you had any
Cheetos and all
formal
that stuff,
education at all.
No, I got
master's in Cheetos.
I got my master's, and I ran a route, and then I kind of, I don't know, I kind of enjoyed working with my dad, and it's fun. And then now I got my brother here with me, who actually, when he was like 10 years old, we brought him to Friendly's. He gave you a box of diapers back in the day.
Oh, I
and you
remember that.
suspended him.
And
You
now
did.
he's here. He just showed me a picture from, what was that, guys, 12 years ago?
12 years ago.
Yeah. That wasn't creepy at all.
And this is one of our sales guy, Andrew. He used to text in as Veiny Vince, Manzo and Wildwood, all those names.
Oh,
so.
Doug, Veiny Vince.
Yes.
Veiny.
So yeah, he's
You got
very
veiny
veiny.
issues?
Yeah.
I'm now in Cottleville, so I'm on the Cottleville side.
Oh, wow. The Cottleville Webster
That's
War.
controversial.
Yeah, it is.
So then from then on, I started working there. My brother's come in. He's just graduated a few years ago, so now we're in the thick of it, and it's fun. I mean, every day's different. You know what I mean? Like you're not doing the same thing every single day, and I kind of enjoy that. And then I enjoy the aspect of like working with him and my dad, and just growing the company. And yeah, it's been fun though. It's definitely a unique business and weird business in a way. So
when you were in studio last week, and I got a chance to meet your dad, and we were talking about you guys getting on board here with the show, I learned what you guys do and how it's different from other places and how it could really help businesses. And you brought in some of your stuff. Now you gave us our various different packages here.
Mine's just a bottle of vodka.
That's all it is?
That's all that's in here.
I've got a bottle of scotch. But you guys do like high-end vending. And this could really be helpful for businesses, especially for whether you want to have more options or you want to have healthy options. You guys do both. And I found this to be really interesting.
yeah, we do obviously vending machines the old school way, and then there's the micro markets, which I'm sure many of the listeners have in their break rooms at their offices or their factories. Where it's the self checkout, the honor system. You see it at airports now. You see it at the soccer game. They have it. That's the new wave of vending, even though it's not the traditional way. And then obviously we do coffee services too. So like your offices have coffee machines and whatnot, and we service those also. So yeah, it's a unique business, like I said, and like a lot of employers, they don't want their employees having to leave every 5 seconds to go get lunch every day. So we offer obviously healthier options, like you said, like wraps, subs, salads, fruit, different things like that you can't sell out of a vending machine, obviously. But it's really it's a growing thing. So
for those who are interested in working with our new sponsor here, it's cardinalvending.net. That's cardinalvending.net, or you can call 636-343-8866. Local, responsive, and committed to outstanding customer service. And Doug, how often do you get a chance to talk to a Stanley Cup winner just by calling a number? But now you can. 636-343-8866, or go to cardinalvending.net.
Maybe if Jordan Bennington's on your team.
Oh, wow.
I hope he's here longer than this year.
Well, it could be.
Do the old school vending machines still, where you put $1 in, or you pull a lever or something?
Yeah, that we still do cash, and then the cashless is just growing. Obviously, more and more and more. Everyone's using their tap to pays and their watches. I mean, so we accept every kind of payment nowadays. So it's very like modernized with how, like you said, it cuts back on all the refunds and all the issues that you have with the cash.
There was always somebody that you work with that would put a Post-it note. Ate my $1 the other day. I was getting a soda.
Yeah.
They just wanted that $1 back.
We get refunds for $1.75, and my dad's like, I'm going to send an envelope in the mail for $1.75 and pay more in postage. But people, I mean, that's the thing too. Like our service is, I think, top notch compared to other national companies and other vendors in the area where we're on it within 12 hours, if that. So we have a portal that we track all the calls and product requests and all that stuff. So that's the big thing that we pride ourselves on, is our service.
Now you know, as a longtime listener and caller, that we have a passionate audience, and some people take sides in different wars. Dirty Chewbacca has been trying to sleep with Iggy for a while now, and Doug, as you know, she is a lady.
It isn't a lady.
And has taken Iggy's side in this high-end vending, so they upsize the bag of cholesterol chips for $1.60 a bag. This guy needs to drink Roundup.
How'd that feel?
It's funny he says that. So my brother here, and I told you about him, Tim. He's dialed in. He's the no seed oils crowd. You know, he's extremely healthy, and he's really gotten us on the more healthy options because there's that crowd, the Solis, the Siete chips, and we service your guys' other sponsor, First Form. We do their main headquarters, and they're all extremely healthy there. You know, we provide their meals similar to Fit Flavors. We have a thing called Busybody meals. So there is healthier options. People just don't know about it. You know, and like I said, most people think the old school vending machines are like the Cheetos and all that crap that's in there, but that also sells the most.
So you will not be drinking Roundup?
No, I don't plan on it.
Hunchback of On Castle says, I want to taste the cutie with the glasses in the back.
Oh, my gosh.
Doug, I mean, you come into the studio, and it's just amazing. I mean, Josh Schertz comes in the studio, and he's not the story. It's the media relations guy, and he becomes the dish, Brian Kunderman. And now we've got the
cutie with the glasses.
Yeah, hubba.
My goodness.
How does that make you feel back there?
You got to be honored.
Uncomfortable?
Where do you get all your product? Are there enough suppliers in the St. Louis area that you can fill all the vending machines with what's around here locally?
Yeah, and we buy nationally, so it comes in every day pretty much. So we use a company called Vistar. And then obviously we buy from Coke and Pepsi and all the major distributors, First Form, So, yeah, we have plenty of, and if we don't have some, we can always go to the old Sam's Club or Costco if we have to, backfill for something.
Oh, really? That works?
Yeah, certain things, not everything. But, yeah, I mean, that's what a lot of the small mom and pop vendors do, the small guys, they'll just go to Sam's or Costco.
Beer Cats, unlike Dirty Chewbacca, is thrilled with this new sponsorship. This is a real nice cucking on Iggy. Great stuff. I'm happy for Daddy Padre. Suck it, bootface. That's from Beer Cats. So, Doug, some audience members thrilled to see Daddy Padre. Others not so much. They are. Yeah. And then finally, I see that Doug's prison wallet is asking if you do layaway on Snickers for the Fats in Wentzville.
No, we do sell some stuff to some people, off, not
on layaway.
Yeah, not really,
Can I finance my Snickers in the vending machine?
For Chris Rock, what movie was it? I'm going to get you, sucker. He's how much for one rib? Because he couldn't afford the rack of ribs. He just wanted to buy one rib.
The never-ending wife wants to know if you and Papers are related. He thinks you guys look similar, Daddy Padre, Stanley Cup winner.
Yeah, we do look kind of similar with the blonde hair and yeah.
You said some of what you do is on the honor system. How's that work? Is that usually?
Yeah, so
okay.
Yeah, so you have places like First Form that are flawless. They will never steal anything. They're extremely honest there and whatnot. And then we have some places that there is, with those kind of micro markets, there is some theft. We have cameras in a lot of our markets where they're using AI now, and they can pick up on people not checking out. It's crazy, the technology that's involved. Really? And then obviously we track our inventory. Everything's real time. We know exactly what's selling. How much is in the market that should be in the market, and if it's not, it doesn't add up, then we know there's stuff. We go back and watch clips. It's a whole thing. So it's
so people can get fired from their jobs for stealing.
Well, it depends what kind of place, right? Like we send the clips to the clients, and if they want to do something with it, they want to do something with it. But after COVID, obviously, and even we've experienced it, it's tough finding people, and people don't want to let go a guy that's been there for 20 years
because they're swiping,
because he's stealing $1.
Pretty embarrassing though to get caught. I would think
there's been some crazy, and then some clients are like, there's no way this is happening, and we're like, well, if they're stealing a soda from you, they're probably stealing tools from you, so or they're stealing something else. So it's the technology is awesome with that kind of stuff.
Rich Gould always said he's going to go into the vending area at the Two Fox with a ski mask on and just start dumping stuff and then run down the hall.
Yeah.
Iggy, not happy to see you, Daddy Padre. It's a big day when someone wants to add Twix bars. That's from Iggy. So,
jeez,
yeah, well, that's what goes on in there. 388 friends are in the Form Energy YouTube chat watching Daddy Padre talk it over here, announcing Cardinal Vending, a new sponsor on the Morning After. Cardinal Vending can be reached at cardinalvending.net or by calling 636-343-8866. If your break room could use an upgrade, Cardinal Vending can help. Thank you for the individualized packages here, boys. Really appreciate
It's a real
it.
treat.
Yeah, when you listen, I got Doug some tuna, tuna fish Vaughn.
Yeah,
When you listen to the show this long, you kind of pick up on some tells. So
Papers, what'd you get over there? I know you don't have a mic. I'm just curious.
Yeah, what do you got over there?
A lot of good stuff.
A lot of good stuff. No, I'm sorry.
I got him some propels and some.
I know you didn't have a mic. Just hold up and display it. I'm just curious.
German Curd actually helped me out a little bit with
picking out Jackson stuff.
with
Oh,
sketch eggs.
PBJ. Uncrustables.
Nice.
Can't go wrong.
Yeah, it's little baggies. We got. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah.
Boy, I was talking about those they're called the beef sticks, meat sticks, whatever the hell they are. 18 grams of protein. These are first form.
Yep.
God, I love these things. This has become my go-to snack.
We when we went out of town, we played ball hockey with Andrew Marsh from
Marshy Marsh and the Playful Posse.
Great defenseman on the back end there. So when we went out of town, we brought everybody those. They were loving them. The beef
They're
sticks.
the best. Doug, I brought one in for Doug last week.
Yeah,
he loved it.
Yeah, he gave me some.
Yeah, so we brought those, and all the boys loved them. Nice and good protein for it.
18 grams of protein, Doug. They're tasty treats, I'm telling you.
This ball hockey you're playing.
Your son used to play for the team. He had a championship. Remember, you took a picture with him.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
It's hockey. You don't skate.
Don't skate. I thought it was the dumbest thing in the world when we first started playing. And obviously, I'm a goalie in ice, so it's nice to get out and take some slap shots and play players. So my brother, he plays forward. He's smarter than me. He picked a better position. So but yeah, no, we started playing about 8 years ago with John and down there at the Salvation Army, and we just love it. It's just fun, and it's all guys that play ice hockey with us. But then we have guys like Jackson's in good shape. He could come hop out there and play with us, and he would fit in fine, because you don't need to skate. You know what I mean? So it's huge in Canada, and it's huge up in the Northeast. So it's not very big down here. So we destroy everybody in St. Louis pretty much. So we decided to start traveling for it.
We got a dynasty here in town.
We have a
Doug.
dynasty, the Crease Crashers. So we started playing 8 years ago, and it's a blast. It's something different.
Iggy says if they start putting ketchup in the machines, Beer Cats will be out of a job. So he is not done.
We do offer ketchup for break rooms and
there you go.
mustard and mayonnaise.
CardinalVending.net, the new sponsor here on TMA, and you can check them out at CardinalVending.net. If your office break room could use an upgrade, these guys really do it. Cardinal Vending can help. Call 636-343-8866 or go to CardinalVending.net. Daddy Padre and the cutie in the glasses.
Danny Vance.
Yeah. And, of course, Daddy Padre's brother, who was 10 when you came and got an autographed shirt from Doug at
We had the
Friendly's.
name tags, and I was looking at the picture. I zoomed in. I guess he went by Freddie Brathwaite. I was like, what a name. I'm like, that's a callback. Great goaltender.
Amen.
Fred Brathwaite. It was.
Boys, great to have you on board. There's the picture, Doug, 12 years ago, August 1st.
I can't see a thing.
Doug's palms are in his
Who
face.
takes pictures like that with a bright window in the background?
Is that Donnie Most?
Most?
Donnie
Most, Weezer, Doug, you went to barbecues.
I assume it was Willie who took the picture.
Yeah.
It must have
Very
been.
possible. Daddy Padre, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Great
guys.
to
I
have you here.
appreciate it.
Cardinal Vending, new sponsor on TMA, CardinalVending.net. We'll take a break, come back with our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Guns N' Roses tickets on the line.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals, Yankees tonight, 6:05 p.m. first pitch. Michael McGreevy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Doug, here's more NOCON. It's TMA, 101 ESPN. Martin Kilcoyne had to leave for onboarding. A big program so far here on Trade Deadline Day. Stay tuned to 101 ESPN throughout the day. The Trade Deadline, 5 p.m. So far, the Cardinals have not made a move. Jackson, Martin, and Doug are all on the under of 3.5 Cardinals traded from the Major League roster. I am on the over, but right now, Doug, I am up against it because 0 have gone out the door. So far this morning, Jose Soriano, John Mozeliak trading him from the Angels. And Luis Arias, he is gone from the Giants. Those are the moves that have been made this morning, unless I'm missing anything.
Soler, was that today or was that yesterday?
Arias going to the Phillies for the record. Let's see. The Mets have made a trade. They're trading away Brooks Raley. And like I said, Mozeliak trading Jose Soriano to the Blue Jays, who traded Kevin Gausman earlier in the day or late last night to the Cubs. So I don't know what the hell's going on over the Blue Jays, but either way, that's what they did. So the Phillies got Arias, and the Blue Jays have Soriano. I think Chaim Bloom's going to be aggressive. That's what I think. But we'll see. We got 7 hours, and you can stay tuned to 101 ESPN throughout the day for that news. Earlier also in the program, another huge story going on, the Protect College Sports Act. Senator Eric Schmitt is one of the 3 U.S. senators who is actively involved in this legislation, along with Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell of Washington and Republican Senator Ted Cruz of Texas. The Protect College Sports Act, talking about that with Eric Schmitt. He was in studio for about 40 minutes, so if you missed that, you can go back and watch it or podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. Right now, it's time to give away some Guns N' Roses tickets here for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today.
So this is a big one.
Big.
They're all big, but this one feels bigger.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, this is bigger because we don't usually give them jack squat.
You're out of line right now.
Okay, sorry.
Jackson Soyboy here. I regret catching up on a missed ATMA episode where the shriveled human candy corn regaled us with a confusing story about stacking mud on a picnic table. What a hoosier. This one's for Jackson, though. My employer and Marxist North Star. I hearken back to the stretch of time where his illness made his voice sound more insufferably meek than usual. He reached ultimate soy boy status, and boys all around the globe rejoiced. To be fair, I've enjoyed witnessing his talents flourish like an eager little gerbil, ready and willing to take on one battle after another. I've also become titillated by the heated rivalry-style romance blossoming between he and Eric from the Central West End. Their undeniable will they, won't they energy is akin to many of the great romances of our time. Ross and Rachel, Jim and Pam, and of course Doug and every stepdad within a 100-mile radius. This is the beginning of a beautiful new throuple. Mazel. Respectfully yours, Jackson Soyboy, a.k.a. the Gerbil Whisperer.
The Gerbil Whisperer.
Well, boys, a huge prize, huh? Isn't that Doug's line for luring unsuspecting hitchhikers into the backseat of his Camry? Color me intrigued. Today's really a day to remind ourselves of the ever-widening wealth gap in sports and our own inequities. The rich get richer in L.A. again. Meanwhile, the Cardinals are once again parting with mid-tier talent, only to acquire more mid-tier talent. Hey, look at this shiny new name in the minors. Yay, we won. Malarkey, I say. Some kids have, some kids don't, and some of us are wondering, damn, we ain't never gonna be good. Oh, well, I'm going to man up, swallow down the pain, chase it with a shot of college football is coming, and see if show enough leg out of 364.
What was it? He ran out of steam there at the end. The last half a sentence made no sense.
Because maybe it was a bad read. Oh, well, I'm going to man up, swallow down the pain, chase it with a shot of college football is coming and see if show enough leg out of.
No, see, that makes no sense. You just got suspended. You got suspended 2 days' time. Thank you, appliance discounters.
Yeah, the Bradley family just got a refrigerator.
You got to
from them.
buckle down. It probably took you, a minute and a half to write the email, and you lost focus about 45 seconds in. So you have been suspended a period
that was
of 2
Bro
days' time.
Fallon putting out a musky scent so I don't have to pay the rent.
Bro Fallon, I'm sorry. I shared some of your sentiment there early in the email, but you ran out of steam, bro.
To me, it's not about being a lemming. It's just facing the reality that Tim is perfect. But this email is about petting the giraffe. After my divorce, I was convinced that other girls wouldn't like me. Turns out I was right about that. What I didn't know until last weekend was that guys do. First annual emailer shares a room with the show host event.
This is Kevin Miller, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
This is Kevin Miller.
King-size bed to accommodate his king-size hog.
Wow.
He said, go ahead and get some shut-eye. I've got some Emmys to polish. I awoke to his digits playing Incy-wincy spiders stealthily sliding underneath our makeshift fortress of khakis.
This is most definitely Kevin Miller.
Within seconds, I became a high-flowing water spout. That's from the Diary of a Simpy Kid.
That's from Kevin Miller, isn't it? It's Kevin Miller.
I signed a deal that I can't dox people.
Okay. Kevin Miller.
Nobody comes out of the Potosi Correctional Center softer than when they went in, and I am proof positive of that. That's from Midge.
Midge.
And finally, dear Dossier, the film crew is still outside my jail cell producing what I can only assume will be taught in film schools at a cautionary tale. I've watched the same exchange repeated so often that I can now perform every role myself, which is fortunate because the current cast appears to be delivering lines with the enthusiasm of a hostage negotiation. The director announced they were getting close, but close to what remains unclear. Frustrated by this lack of progress, I've offered my help, my improv skills, my rare ability to improve situations by simply entering them. No response, so I simply walked onto the set. No one stopped me, which I interpreted as a professional courtesy. I spent the next 20 minutes just standing just off camera, giving subtle acting notes with my facial expressions. At one point, I folded my arms and stared at the horizon, which added a level of emotional complexity the production had lacked. Several crew members kept glancing at me, probably wondering where they've seen me before. Eventually, a production assistant approached me and asked who I was. Interesting question. Steve McQueen was never asked to introduce himself. I explained that I was improving the scene through my presence alone and was available for rewrites if needed. She thanked me and escorted me behind a series of barricades. An hour later, security had doubled. Honestly, that's flattering. I remain uncredited.
Wrap it up.
I remain uncredited despite carrying the artistic burden of this project from respectful distance. I've started preparing my acceptance speech, not for an award, but for the inevitable long overdue apology from the director. Toodles, Doug, that's from the TMA Troubadour.
Gosh, that was long. TMA Troubadour.
That's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. What we'll do is we'll vote, and then at 10:55 we'll announce who gets the Guns N' Roses tickets.
Okay.
But if you want those tickets, they have deals going right now at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. We'll announce the winner coming up at 10:55. Then BK and Ferrario will continue the conversation at 11 a.m. We'll head down the hallway for after the morning after on that TMA STL YouTube channel. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more here on 101 ESPN.
Hey, do you know a hometown hero who could use a helping hand? By hometown hero, I'm not talking about like Pat Maroon scoring a double overtime goal. I'm talking about a local hero, a military veteran, a teacher, a first responder, or someone who's putting others first. Well, nominate them today for the Feel the Love program for Classic Air Care. They're partnering with Lennox for the Feel the Love program to give deserving members of our community a brand new heating and cooling system at no cost. So if you know a local hero, you nominate them at classicaircare.com. You help us share the love with someone who truly deserves it. They've got over 100 vans on the road. You can ask for same-day service. They've got over 9,000 five-star reviews and have won St. Louis's Headliners Best Heating and Cooling Company 3 straight years. Now they're making sure that they're giving back to the community as well. It's Classic Air Care Feel the Love program. Nominate someone today at classicaircare.com.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais with Martin heading to onboarding. Little Jackie Papers loves that rascal puffs. And Doug on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. We are joined by Chris Kerber here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you so much. I see the column on The Athletic this morning. Jackson is our official uniform aficionado on the program, and they asked each team which uniform they should bring back. Doug, do you want to guess what the Blues was?
Which one they should bring back?
It's kind of a trick question, though, in fairness to you, because it's bring back the Winter Classic jersey, but in this case, since they already brought it back, it's a plea to make sure that they keep it and they don't go away from it.
I see.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay, sure.
Kerbs, this program monitors uniforms, perhaps more than guys of our age range should. But nonetheless, we do. The Blues, with those new uniforms last year, won a lot of people over, and certainly that uniform that we're just talking about is a fan favorite. What is your assessment on the uniform question?
Yeah, listen, I saw the article. I scrolled through it, and I was wondering which one they would get picked for the Blues. So the fact that it's pretty much the one that they came back with last year, a tweak of the Winter Classic version. I thought that Winter Classic, outfit was just outstanding from top to bottom. The colors, and I'm talking the 2017 Winter Classic one.
Yep.
Was just so doggone good, and that frankly the fans loved it so much that I think that's one of the reasons that they went with the ones that they did last year. Well, I don't think it. I know that's one of the reasons that they found a way to work that in there. It's just such a fantastic color blue. So, yep, I like that one. But the thing of it is, I looked at it and I'm like, well, that one doesn't really need the return. I mean, it's pretty close to what we've got now, I think. So, anyway, I guess we're close to it.
You think the players care much about the uniforms, or they just wear what's put out in their locker?
You know what? I think yes, they wear what's just put out in their locker. But I do think that, they do care in terms of they've got opinions on it when you look at it. I'll never listen. I remember a great conversation with TJ Oshie. So if you're and like for my age group, I'm 55. The red jerseys, the Blues jerseys with the red in them were like my least favorite, right? Our least favorite ones, and yet TJ Oshie saw those jerseys and he went, those are sick. I wish I had a chance to have worn those. And he absolutely loved them. My kids absolutely loved it when they did that retro jersey, a couple times, and they wear the red in it. They go bonkers for it. So I actually think it's a great thing how passionate fans are about the jerseys and the looks and the tweaks. And, if you go back a few years when we were doing Blues and Cardinals nights together, and we had designed like a Blues Cardinal jersey for warm-ups, the first one we did, and I was fortunate enough to be able to work on that project. And I remember working with Bill DeWitt III there, and just the detail. with him and Dan Farrell on just down to the stitch with the Cardinals and the care. It was just an awesome project to work on, and we came up with some great stuff. And then the Cardinals players wore like a Blues-themed batting jersey for batting practice and stuff. And I love the fact that people care about it.
I guess if they stop caring, that'd be a bigger problem, wouldn't it? If people just don't have an opinion on what a team is doing, that'd be a bigger issue.
You know what? Listen. This is the best part about what we get to do, and you're reminded of this. When you're stopped. I went down to the City game. Popped in. And was sitting went into Schlafly's there, and I love too what Schlafly's and Maggie O'Brien's and stuff have done around that area there. It's so much fun to get down there early for those games. But we had popped into Schlafly's and a gentleman, stopped me at the bar just to talk hockey, and one of my daughters was with me, and she says, "Does that ever get old?" And I said, "Not really, because you got to keep it's reminders that what we are fortunate and privileged enough to do by being able to work in sports and work in, in the fields that we do is bring people enjoyment, something they're fun, and a passion about, a hobby for them, something they're willing to spend money on and invest emotional energy, which is maybe even more important. You got to love that they care. You got to love that they'll get frustrated if you say certain things or don't call a game a certain way, whatever. I'm cool with all of it because it just means there's passion and you got to have it. It's part of sports and it's important.
As far as the players right now, what are they doing here early August? Are they into big-time training to get ready to go for camp?
I think some of them are probably taking their last probably 2 weeks, I would think, of summertime, to breathe and relax a little bit while, and then really gearing up because I think come the beginning of September, most guys are going to be here and back and rolling. Because as we've talked about several times already, Doug, they're going to have to be pretty much game ready on day one of camp, because you're playing games a couple days later. 2 weeks after camp starts, the regular season starts, and those points are for playoffs right off the bat. And the Blues open up, with 3 straight road games to start the season, and 2 difficult ones back to back in Colorado with Dallas and Colorado. So. They're probably starting to gear it up, but they also know, hey, don't go too much at this point in time. So I don't know. I think some probably fishing, doing whatever it is that they do over these next couple weeks before ramping it up to a whole new level in a couple weeks, I would think.
Now, on a game day during the season, you're a guy who might have to talk, 6 or 7 hours a day between the pregame and the game and the postgame and the podcast and everything else. Do you take any kind of break during the off season? Do you get tired of talking ever?
Listen, I have 3 daughters, a wife. Both dogs in the house are female dogs. Like I just sit and listen a lot during, if I'm not doing a radio hit like this. So I'm good. But yeah, we'll gear up. I can't wait for everything that's going to happen here. I think there's going to be some new broadcast opportunities, some fresh content we're going to be able to bring out, some new things. I know our team's working hard and continuing to put this plan together. So I definitely don't talk as much in the summer, Doug, as I do in the winter. That is for sure.
That's good. Rest those pipes.
Yeah, rest the pipes. Chris Kerber with us here on Mondays on TMA 101 ESPN, giving us his perspective. Kerbs, we appreciate the time. Thanks so much, man.
Okay, guys. Have an awesome week. Talk to you next week.
Too. That's Chris Kerber with us here on TMA. TMA in part brought to you by Mentality. Mentality has learned in treating 25,000 men that you can't rely on testosterone alone anymore. To run at full capacity, your body needs peptide therapy on top of your TRT. For guys whose recovery still lags and whose energy is plateaued, even on testosterone, Mentality's physicians design a plan that layers peptide therapy on top of TRT to support recovery, repair, and performance. It's a custom plan built around your numbers, monitored every step of the way. Testosterone levels the field. Peptides drive your results. Start today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com with Mentality. We have a tweet moments ago from a prominent baseball writer on a name that might surprise you, being very hot this morning for the baseball trade deadline. We'll tell you who that is next on TMA 101 ESPN.
It's true. Good things come to those who wait. At Stifel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years, Stifel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis in 1890, Stifel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stifel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth. That same long-term mindset is why Stifel proudly supports TMA, because they know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Investing, banking, and advising. Stifel has been named the #1 wealth management firm for employee satisfaction 3 years in a row now by JP Power and Associates. Where success meets success, that's what Stifel is all about. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Why don't you play She Calls Me Back?
We got one more break.
You think we're going to get it then, Doug? You think we're going to get Mexican honey?
I just don't know what we'll get.
Just trying to get Casey Musgraves on this show. Think she'll come in studio when she's in town in September?
No.
Why not?
Nope.
Chairman
She's too
Kurt says
big.
she will.
We're too small.
We just had a United States Senator in.
Yeah, we did have that.
And Eddie Padre.
Who's the biggest star that's ever been in studio with us?
Wow, I got to tell you, that's a good question.
Lisa Ann would have to be in the running.
That's alive.
I don't know. A lot of people don't know who Lisa Ann is.
A lot of people say they don't know who Lisa Ann is.
I had no idea who she was before she was on the show.
Others I don't.
I share Jackson's opinion.
You think everyone knows Lisa
I didn't
Ann?
say that's not what I said.
You
See,
just
look
straw
at
man him. Oh, you just straw man that out. Straw man that out.
That's not what I said.
You said everyone else does.
No, I said for you, I believe that you did not know her. I believe some others who say, I had no idea who she is, are lying.
That's right.
But
wearing plugs.
To think of other people, for the sake of conversation here, biggest in, did they have to be in the studio?
Yes.
Did they have to be big at the time, or could they have?
That's a good question because Nikki Glazer
That was
played
my guess. That was my pick.
And she's been.
I think Nikki Glazer's the answer, actually.
Yeah, because she's been in both while she has risen to stardom and before.
She was on in 2004 as an aspiring comic, and she has been on, I guess, most recently in 2022, I think.
Yeah. It depends on what you call a visit. There's been drive-bys, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Has Joe Buck ever been in studio?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Joe Buck's live.
Mm-hmm. Sassy Cassie.
Yeah,
It's
Sassy
not
Cassie.
her. It's just the music that went with us is what bugged me.
Scorsese says
sound
Bunch of
effect.
dynamite named Sassy Cassie.
So that's got to be in there. Dustin Diamond.
Why do you have to have the music?
Does Tim count since he's in every day?
No.
Does it? Because if it does, Chairman Kurt got your reverberation. Doug, I deep teased this on the program. John Morosi, ball writer, MLB Network, tweeting the following not even a half hour ago. Cardinals first baseman Alec Burleson is one of the most popular controllable bats on the trade market. John Morosi. There's a lot of buzz about Alec Burleson. Sure. JoJo Romero. Sure. Dustin May. Sure. Riley O'Brien. But Alec Burleson? John Morosi says there's some buzz regarding Alec Burleson this morning with 6.5 hours remaining before the trade deadline.
Well, I hope the Cardinals don't trade him. If they do, then what are they really building? Who do they have to step into first base?
Yeah.
If they trade Wynn or Herrera, you got other catchers coming up. Weatherholt could move to short. I could buy some of that. But who do you got waiting to be a big bat at first base? I don't think they've got that guy.
I'm with you, Doug. I would be upset if they moved him. You got 2 more years of, he's arbitration for the next 2 years. He's not an unrestricted free agent until 2029. He's been the most consistent hitter on the team over the past couple of seasons. Good first baseman defensively.
It seems to me you've got a core of 6 or 7 guys that should be the ones you're building around. It's Walker and Weatherholt and maybe McGreevy and maybe even Leahy has joined that group.
Right.
And Burleson is certainly in that group of these are the guys we can trust. We're going to go ahead with these guys for sure. And so if you subtract a big one of that, what are you really building?
Wonder if they would consider Herrera then becoming the first baseman. I wonder if they would consider somebody who's in the minor leagues, Blaze Jordan, but then who becomes your third baseman?
Yeah,
and is Blaze Jordan offensively somebody that you go, build around that? I don't know. I mean, like we were saying earlier, Blaze Jordan's only been in the majors for a month and a half. But first base traditionally is a big bat.
Yeah. They like... I think they like Jesus Baez, not Joshua Baez, but Jesus Baez, a double-A 21-year-old who can play middle infield or third base. But how close to the major leagues is he right now? Who knows?
Yeah, I'd be very disappointed if they got rid of Burleson. But you always have to have the caveat, but what are they getting in return?
Sure.
I can't imagine that they're going to get somebody's very top prospect who might be a first baseman in return.
But I bet the return for him would be interest. I bet those are some interesting conversations because he is really consistent at the plate. Defensively, I bet, very solid. And given his contract situation, too.
Yeah, you could see why other teams would go to the Cardinals to say, hey, Burleson's the guy we want.
Mm-hmm.
But you'd have to get an awful lot in return, I think.
I agree.
Because that would create a huge hole in the lineup that's already desperate for bats.
As of this moment, no trades from the Cardinals. 6.5 hours remaining for baseball's trade deadline. And John Morosi is up on MLB Network talking about Angels trades. The Angels have been active here over the last few days. John Mozeliak handling that, and the expectation is they will be active, similar to the Cardinals, over the next 6.5 hours. Reed Detmers, well, I always kind of feel like he's a waiver wire guy in our fantasy baseball league. Am I right on that?
Yeah.
He's like one of the top 10 guys talked about for the, and I must be missing something, but maybe he's going to go somewhere and be a star. I don't know. So we will be monitoring it throughout the day here on 101 ESPN. Stay tuned to 101 ESPN for all your trade deadline knowledge. Have you set your home and auto insurance and forgot about it? Maybe you haven't talked to your insurance agent in the last 6 months or longer. That's where James Carlton comes in. He still has the biggest rate decrease in his 18-year career going on right now. He is my insurance agent, and he's Jackson's insurance agent. And then Jamie Rivers switched. BK and Ferrario switched. So many people have switched. If you haven't switched, at least make a phone call to see what he can do, saving you money. 314-961-4800. That's 314-961-4800. Or you can go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's my guy, James Carlton. Great customer service, saving you money. What else could you ask for? That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 314-961-4800. Imagine the amount of catchers the Cardinals could get for Burleson. That's from artificial and
At least two more.
It's true.
At least two more catchers.
That does interest me. I'd be lying.
So now you're on board.
Well, no, but I do like the idea of catchers. If you are serious about competing over the next two seasons, if you think you can be a contending team in the next two seasons, it would make no sense, in my mind, to trade Alec Burleson. And I think given what we saw in the first half of the season, the seeds of a team that can't compete are there. Just need a little more fine-tuning, so that's why I'd be very shocked.
I love you. I want you to know that. I think you know I love you. Do you know, when you put your head on the pillow at night, can you sit there and say, you know what, Tim loves me?
It's the first thing I think of before bed and when I wake up in the morning.
Oh, please.
But I'm going to respectfully disagree with you. I think the Cardinals are much further away than fine-tuning. And I realize this is the contingent phrase on any conversation when it comes to trades. But it comes down to what you can get. And I don't think the Cardinals were necessarily looking to trade Alec Burleson. But there is a... Doug, do you like the term dearth?
No. No, I don't. Could you find another word?
Offensive talent. What about stave?
That I like.
There is a stave doing business, is dearth of offensive talent out there, and there are some teams, it's kind of surprising to me, that are aggressively looking for first basemen and shortstops, which then potentially creates what would I think be considered, at least at the start of the season, probably a surprise that Mason Winter or Alec Burleson could be on the move at the deadline. The Red Sox, for example, specifically when it comes to shortstop, Diamondbacks when it comes to first base, as an example. But with that all said, if somebody is going to overwhelm the Cardinals for it, then I'm on board. I don't really know if there's anybody outside of Weatherholt, actually, from the major league roster, that I would say absolutely not to. I realize that might sound blasphemous because I'm not including Jordan Walker in that conversation. Jordan Walker has given us an incredible 3-ish months, I guess, of baseball. July was rough. The post-All-Star break was rough. And if somebody's going to overpay there, I wouldn't take it off the table. Again, this is based on the contingent phrase of what would you get in return. But the reality is that I think you have, at the very least with Weatherholt, and I think you have, less certainty on this one, with Walker, some pieces to build around. But, I know we did a prediction area about a month and a half ago, and the question was, would you be disappointed if the Cardinals didn't make the playoffs? And my answer was, I wouldn't be. And my reasoning was, I felt like they were playing above who they really were. Now, of course, I want them to make the playoffs, but I wouldn't be disappointed because I'm like, I don't think they're one of the 6 best teams in the National League. I was thrilled with where they were, but I don't think they're one of the 6 best teams. And now I'm not sure they're one of the 10 best teams in the National League. There's certainly reason for excitement when you look at the minor leagues, but they're just not close. So that's why, and I might be parsing your words unfairly here, but fine-tuning.
That might be the wrong term to use, but I do think they are closer to contention, a lot closer in contention than we thought they were at the beginning of the season, which to me changes a little bit of the math. And maybe that I'm just trying not to.
I don't know, man. I don't know on that either.
I'm trying not to use like the last month because obviously recency bias on that. It's going to be like, well, they're very far.
But I think the last month is closer to who they are than the first 3 months.
And maybe that might be very true. I especially with someone like Walker, I think like he's obviously reached a new level in his ability at the major league level, but I think there's even like more to go. And so like, yes, we've seen the slowdown, but the overall is really solid. And I think with time, once he gets to that 26, 27, 28 period, he's going to be a rock star. And the last thing I'd ever want to do is him leave the Cardinals and go on to be incredible. And you lose on that guy who you've invested so
Walker's a
much
different
in.
conversation. The one you were talking about is Burleson.
Yes, that's very true.
So what I'm saying is the only player who on the major league roster that I would say, well, absolutely not to a conversation is Weatherholt, but I think that's probably understood. I would say Jordan Walker's in probably the 2% conversation.
Right.
But I think, for example, I think it was the first person I saw talk about it was Bernie Miklasz with regard to Mason Wynn, maybe about a month ago. And in some corners, that was kind of like blasphemous. I'm like, well, I mean, you know, and then Lance Lynn added to it by saying, hey, if you're Mason Wynn and you just saw Weatherholt get an extension and you don't have one yet, maybe you're starting to see the tea leaves there. And offensively, it hasn't been there. He has regressed defensively. And so I would understand it. I guess what I'm saying is when you're in the spot the Cardinals are in and when you're in the spot that the game is in, if you can collect prospects that you and your organization deem super valuable in exchange for pieces, which are good, don't get me wrong, but your model has always been about the future, and by that I mean over the last year, then I don't take anything off the table. So that's where I'm coming from. I realize that might not necessarily be the majority opinion, but that's where I come from. We'll see. That's John Morosi with that report that Alec Burleson is getting talked about quite a bit this morning with regard to trade deadline, which is coming up at 5 o'clock Central Time. You're welcome to give your thoughts by texting in at 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to talk it over in the Forum Energy YouTube chat and get involved in the conversation in there. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's online at IGotFloored.com with locations in Creve Coeur, in Darden Prairie, and in St. Peter's. It's Michael's Flooring, IGotFloored.com. Michael's, family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. His passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and get him $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to him, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. It's Michael's Flooring in Creve Coeur, in Darden Prairie, and in St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit IGotFloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Check them out at IGotFloored.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals start a 3-game series in the Bronx tonight, 6:05 p.m. first pitch with Michael McGreevy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Doug, Jackson did it. So Noah Khan did play this last night, but Casey Musgraves did not come to St. Louis.
I wouldn't think she would, no.
The old spaghetti factory not open on Sundays. Did it factor in?
Could have, because she would have eaten there. Have you ever eaten there? I have not been there one time in my life.
All right. A lot of girls next door worked there.
Really?
Yeah, that and the Hooters in Fairview Heights. That was our spot for our scouts.
The spaghetti factory.
Yep.
Is
Old
it just Italian food, just spaghetti? What do they have there? Obviously spaghetti.
Right.
Anything else? Pizza? It's a big pizza. No one's been there. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm crowdsourcing.
I was a naughty little queen at Noah Khan last night. No plug needed for this leather Cheerio. We're all sassified in the 63124. Hashtag lick my hoop, Doug. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. And she was there last night. I wonder if she had a tent for that monogramming business.
It's just not a lady at all. It just isn't.
I'd lawyer up if I were you.
Well,
she's going through that 8th divorce, and she's going to be flush with maintenance.
Oh. 8th divorce.
Doug, the opener, Gigi Perez, came out and did Spacey Casey's part. So Mrs. Janie Shanahan.
The opener?
Yep. Multiple Gigi Perez tags. Who would have thought?
Really? Oh, I wouldn't have thought that.
Noah played this with Gigi Perez last night. I thought of Tim the entire time I was listening, holding my wife's hand. That's from Steven time.
Why would you think of Tim?
Why wouldn't you think of Tim?
He's holding his wife's hand, thinking of you.
Right, Steven time.
And that's not creepy? Is it me?
Yeah.
It's not me, it's him.
Sharon and Clayton's coming for a piece of your ass.
Oh.
Don't diss on OSF. It's really good Italian food for a decent price, Sharon and Clayton.
Well, I'm not dissing. I'm just wondering. I say I've never been there.
I got to tell you, I would not have thought Sharon and Clayton would have been actively defending the old spaghetti factory on the landing. But you know what? You never know.
I guess less yappy, more jazzercisey.
Oh, you went right.
I needed a title. Thank you.
Yeah, now you got it. Papers, we just got a text asking if Chaim Bloom is taking the longest recreational in history. Where are the trades? That's from the TMA Reddit Insider. No trades so far for the Cardinals. I think that is going to change and change quickly. It has to, because we only have 6 hours between now and the trade deadline. Chaim Bloom was on with Sports on a Sunday Morning with the great Tom Ackerman on KMOX, and this is what he had to say regarding the deadline.
Obviously, you all have done your homework on what tomorrow could be, but do you still maintain that anything can happen before the deadline? I mean, you told me a couple weeks ago, you said, look, sometimes you get a phone call right before the deadline. It's something that came together that you never thought could happen.
Yeah, and since we talked about that, obviously some things have moved in certain directions. Obviously, the market is certainly starting to clarify itself. Obviously, the way we've played hasn't been up to the standard that we like to have here, but that's certainly something that you'd be silly not to factor into some degree, just in terms of what it shows about where we are and the gap between that and where we need to be. But yeah, I still, like we talked about it, sometimes those surprises that might come on deadline day, you don't know about them the day before. I think we have a pretty good idea of some of the things that are likelier, but you don't necessarily know how it's all going to play out even now, 30 or so hours out. Now, I think the big thing for us is basically staying on track with everything that we've talked about, everything that you and I have talked about since the fall, where our goal here is to build something great and to build something that lasts. that can mean a lot of different things, but any move that we would contemplate between now and the buzzer tomorrow, we want it to fit within that. That is this pushing us forward towards getting back to where we want to be and being able to stay there. And that's really the yardstick against which we have to measure any possibility that might come our way soon.
Like, there you go.
Good ash to agate there at the end.
Yeah, nice job, Papers.
Yeah, I don't know that we learned anything from that.
Wow, I'm sorry. I take it back. Not a nice job,
Well,
Papers.
I mean, no, the little sounder there at the end of the soundbite was great.
Ash to agate.
But what can he do other than just kind of repeat what the philosophy of the organization is? And I think we all kind of know what it is. They're building for the future. They're not going to do anything to destroy that. And
Maybe
they want to get back to where
some
they
team's
were.
players while he's online.
Yeah, can't do that.
Okay.
It's nice to hear from him, but he can't say anything really specific that is going to be of a whole lot of interest.
Well, they're standing by in Queens, or in the Bronx, excuse me, waiting to not only hear on the trade deadline, a lot of rain in the New York area. But I think they will get the game in tonight, looking at the forecast, but it's raining quite a bit up in New York City right now, where the Cardinals will take on the Yankees. Remember that was a big deal back in the day? And it's like, oh, yeah, just another step.
Cardinals and Yankees?
Yeah. You gotta...
Maybe they ought to put a retractable roof on Yankee Stadium.
Uh-oh, Papers.
And put one on Fenway and Wrigley, too, while you're at it.
Jesus.
How about that?
Man.
We need one here badly.
Doug, I got this text here moments ago. We at Cardinal Vending, Daddy Padre in studio, new sponsor on the Morning After. Guys, we at Cardinal Vending just closed our first client from advertising on TMA. Thanks. That's Cutie, the sales guy.
Oh,
nice. The cutie with the glasses.
Oh, yeah.
So just like that, you advertise on TMA. Doug, you spend $1, this program makes you $2. That's the key. Why has this show been on the air for 22 years? It sucks. I agree with you. But the deal is, you spend $1, you make $2. Cardinal Vending is experiencing that. If you want to be part of it, email me at tmckernan@InsideSTL.com. Now, we do have a problem with Cardinal Vending.
Oh, no.
I have received this text from Daddy Padre, Stanley Cup winner, who was in studio with Cutie, the sales guy, and his brother Colin. And he just posted an Instagram announcement, Cardinal Vending, now a sponsor on TMA. But he sent me this text. We are posting this, but it looks like Iggy blocked my Instagram years ago when he got access to the TMA Instagram. Can you have Jackson follow us on Cardinal Vending and at daddy_padre to see if it fixes it? So because he says Iggy blocked his Instagram account.
I have to stand up for Ken in this instant. That was not accurate.
So what happened?
I don't know, but that part, Daddy Padre is not blocked on the TMA STL Instagram.
What about Cardinal Vending?
Neither were blocked. Both are now followed by TMA STL. But in fair, I also contacted with him. Not the case. Iggy did not block Daddy Padre on the TMA STL Instagram.
That's good.
I imagine today in about 7 minutes is going to be Ken taking it from all angles, and I have to at least set the record straight before battle begins in 7 minutes.
Well, some people battle their HVAC systems.
And who would you call in that situation?
You would call Design Air, because
you
they've been around for the longest, since 1904. You know, lots of heating and air conditioning repairing companies in the St. Louis area. They can all start to look pretty similar. Design Air is not. More of the same. Design Air's reputation as the best HVAC company in St. Louis comes from their dedication to customer service and unparalleled technical excellence. Design Air service techs have an average of over 26 years of experience in the heating and cooling industry. They receive continuing professional education courses throughout the year, so you can be assured your technician is experienced and expertly trained. In addition, their representatives are background checked and drug tested, so you can feel comfortable with the Design Air repairman in your home. Their technicians provide HVAC services. They do furnace repair. They do furnace installation, AC installation and repair. They also service boilers and heat pumps and ductless mini split and geothermal heat pump systems. And most importantly, they're the home of the handsome repairman. Don't forget about the rugged Joe. He might bring joy. He might not. We just can't be sure.
Yeah.
DesignAirService.com. Go ahead and schedule your service today. Design Air's comfort. You can count on Design Air. brings the heat.
We only have 5 minutes left. We got to maximize because we got so much going on here. Papers, somebody's winning Guns N' Roses tickets for winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. You can find all the ticket details and a bonus chance to score free tickets for Guns N' Roses Saturday night, August 16th at Busch Stadium. Right now at 101ESPN.com, we're on your 101 mobile app all week. We're giving away those tickets for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Winner, who won today?
Kevin Miller.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Doug.
On the board.
I thought Midge would get it. He's freshly out of prison.
That's another lady.
Yeah, I think Midge is a woman.
Congratulations to Kevin Miller. And he's a boy. A naughty boy.
He is naughty, I'll tell you that.
Daddy Padre is back, and now we're sideways with a sponsor. He got access as an Iggy when he did his cooking show, and he blocked me, I think. We were 100% blocked. Colin couldn't tag or find you guys. I promise. It was during his cooking show when he got access for that one day. He got access to the Instagram, and one of his first orders of business, per Daddy Padre, was to block his account.
Gosh, and now we're having trouble with the sponsorship.
I can just tell you from what I can see, it was when I went to Daddy Padre's Instagram from the TML STL Instagram, it did not say he was blocked. It just said we didn't follow him.
I, too, looked at the list of blocked. And
you can see a list of who's blocked?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And he was not on there.
Doug, we're going to have to settle the score on after the morning after.
The sponsor's always right.
Now Sharon and Clayton's not happy.
Oh, no. What?
Whew. Wow. Never thought I'd hear the term yappy from Doug. I take back all the good things I've ever said. And by the way, I wasn't coming at you for not knowing, just speaking of my experiences at the old spaghetti factory. I may be financially secure, but that doesn't mean I'm a snob, despite what the false narratives imply. That's Sharon and Clayton.
He's heating up.
Condo paid for, no car payment.
Jackson, I'm 99% sure that Iggy admitted to doing this, thinking he thought he was on his own account. That's Steven Time talking about Iggy blocking Daddy Padre.
Definitely happened with Katie Cuck, because I remember getting a correspondence to my Instagram saying, why am I blocked from the TMA Instagram? And then I went to the TMA Instagram, and it had been a kind of blocking Tuesday. And I thought, what's the only extraneous factor going on? And I was like, oh, that's right, Iggy has the Instagram. So that was an easy...
He just went on a block binge.
Yeah, and I believe I unblocked a lot of people after that. But the blocked list is very short, and from what I can see on the TMS Instagram, it's mostly like bots. So I would be surprised if that happened, but I don't want to cause a whole stir.
Doug Floyd Velvet at 10:57 writes in Doug rules, and then two texts above Floyd Velvet. Once again, Doug is the worst. That's from the 314. So that's kind of how.
Okay, 50-50.
Yeah,
you
that's
take
how we
that.
put food on the table. And now Daddy Padre's back and says, "Oh my, I can see the Instagram now. It works. Thank you, Jackson."
Okay, good.
Happy to help.
Good.
Listen, I don't. Whatever happened in the past is the past. We're now moving on to a brighter future with Cardinal Vending.
How about this? Cardinal Vending just visited us at the Geyer Inn. Those guys are great. That's from the Oakville Mafia. The Geyer Inn's texting in.
Oh, really?
Here.
That Geyer Inn's right by my house.
Yeah, I've been there.
Pony up.
I don't know if they have any vending. They have vending machines.
Maybe Daddy Padre and the cute guy with the glasses are just hanging out for fun.
Well, they should establish it.
Yeah. Hey, VIP Auto Accessories is Tommy Sabuka and Brian Grigg. I hope I'm not out of line by saying they're cute, too. Because I don't want just one sponsor to be cute.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Go to VIP Auto Accessories. They take care of everything. They're a one-stop shop in business in the St. Louis area since 1979 and online at VIPAutoAccessories.com. The commercial side is big right now at VIP Auto Accessories. They make single-source automotive solutions for your business a reality. This includes the upfits, the graphics, and the ongoing maintenance. VIP Auto Accessories pride themselves on short turnarounds. Their large facility and skilled techs minimize the downtime for your vehicles. VIP will keep your fleets on the streets longer, allowing you to generate more business. Everything's done in-house. VIP does not sub out. I got my windows tinted at VIP Auto Accessories just a couple of months ago, and it's a lifetime warranty. 4 departments under one roof. In addition to the commercial upfits, you have graphic solutions, hail repair and touch-up, and aftermarket. For all your commercial vehicle upfit needs, ask for Tommy Sabuka, and for all your aftermarket vehicle accessories needs, ask for Brian Grigg, and tell them that TMA sent you. VIP Auto Accessories.com. Jackson, anything else we need to tend to before we head down the hallway and deal with it?
No, sir.
Doug, after the morning after, just a few minutes away. BK and Ferrari are coming up here on 101 ESPN. Trade deadline coverage all day long here on 101 ESPN. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.